Okay, Timer-chan is on retirement #1, and also it's actually really interesting. This is technically the first stream this year without Timer-chan. So, yeah, we did it. It happened. She's retired. It happened. Okay, she deserves retirement. You all know this. Also, hi, Sega. I am trying to open my lunch. I wonder if this is tasty. I ended up getting sushi today. Sushi Sunday as a treat. Because my brain doesn't work and it's very unhappy with me. I also got a salad too. Also, so I got the salad. What was the other thing I was gonna tell you all? We're probably gonna open a card later on, but I think we're gonna do it later in the stream after we probably finish the first trial series. Or the third one. Also, how was everyone's Sunday? Hello, everyone. Hi, Mord. Hi, Moose. Hi, Pen. Hi, Steam. Hi, Sega. Hi, Jay. Hi, Gnome. How's your Sunday been treating you? I'm gonna move things around real quick. Oh! We already have some friends. I should do egg. There we go. There we go. We're having lunch right now. How's everyone doing? Are you also having lunch too? It's kind of late to have lunch, but like late lunch or maybe not early dinner. Maybe not quite dinner at this point for most people. One second. Moving y'all over here. Started gaming? Some gaming. What are you playing recently? I really want to. So games I want to play and finish. I really want to finish Final Fantasy 3. I hope during my trip when I'm traveling, I can finish up Final Fantasy 3. That would be fantastic. I'd be very happy about that. Yes, it's on time. Today's was just 12. It was 12 p.m. Pacific time, not Eastern. It was not Eastern time. Hi, Red. How are you? Have you been busy with work lately? Also, salad. Also have some sushi. I got my local place has like a lunch special, and I asked them like, do you only have the lunch special on the weekdays? And no, they said it's 7 days a week, which is really nice. That was a spicy roll. And then I have some soy sauce as well I need to put in here. I think in a little bit I'll end up after we finish the third. After we end up finishing the third trial, that's probably when I'll just third trial series, that's when I'll probably go ahead and open up a pack of cards. Oh, I got a thing as well. But first we'll munch and catch up a little bit, and then I'll show you the thing that I got. It was a gift. I was told to go check my mailbox. I was like, okay. Gonna cry? No, we're not gonna cry today. Why would we cry today? Why would we need to cry today? Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing will emotionally devastate me or hurt me. I'm not gonna get hurt today. Everything is gonna be fine. We're gonna resolve all conflicts. Pen, congrats! Ooh. Heavily addicted to Dune Awakening. So it is definitely good. Because I have some, we have some friends who were really excited about it whenever it ended up coming out. Or like when it was announced and everything. And even though I know, sorry, my brain. I know Free was playing it for a while too. So aside from Final Fantasy III, for me, I also want to hopefully eventually finish Expedition 33, which is going to take a good chunk of time because there's many acts. Hi, Yilda. Hi, Adalak. How are you both doing? Hello, Yami. Congrats on finishing Eden. Are you, So, Pen, I know you were talking or specifically asking, the other day about Shadowbringers Extremes, but we do plan to do one of the Eden Savages eventually too. It's something that you're interested in whenever we end up making our static. But that's gonna be a little bit because I think once I come back immediately at like that weekend. Yeah, once I come back that weekend, we're gonna be doing Alliance raids, so I don't know if we'll be able to fit in static time. Hi, Annie. We are gonna try to open one. But first, I'm having lunch. Yeah, no problem. We can definitely start with the extremes first. And hopefully, like, work our way up. If it's something you're even comfortable with. We might end up doing Titania first. As our first Shadowbringers. Extreme? Mine? We might do it synced and then we might do it mine. At least to see most of the phases. Because we have some friends who don't want to do it mine. I think they definitely could. I think everyone's able to, like, definitely I think everyone's able to do it mine. If they're willing, if they're open to it, like, we can do it together. Yeah, and I know sometimes, like, everyone's able to, like, do it if you're open-minded and you're willing to try. But so for some people, like, that amount of, like, trial and error, not trial and error, but, like, progression, maybe it just isn't their thing, and that's something good to find out, like, with a group who's willing to, like, you know, swap people in and out. For having whoever is available or wants to go in. And also, like, people can watch too. Like, so if you're not interested and you're, like, realizing, okay, I like to watch, that's fine too. Two spells? I haven't done Blue Mage yet. One day. Yeah. I don't know. We've been doing it on Sundays, but if I end early enough, we can potentially prog on Saturdays. The sushi isn't as good as it usually is, I've noticed. If I pay for this, I'm gonna eat it. How's everyone's Sunday been so far? Hopefully pretty chill. Also, I don't know which savage we're gonna do first, but I will let everyone know when we do choose it. Was it worth it though, Annie? Was it worth the grind? Did you get a lot last night? You were grinding before and after us like helping like people go through content. But yeah, I stayed up too late. I didn't go to the gym. I didn't go to the gym this morning either. I'm going to the gym hopefully after stream. Hopefully. Oh, and I gotta show you the Final Fantasy IX thing! It's relating to my son. Hi, Popcorn. We're just currently gathering at my- well, I ended up staying at my house and just sitting in the courtyard. And then more Lalas showed up. This is this is natural for Lalas to just show up, and I love that. It's so cute. The grind never stops. I don't know. I haven't even started the grind, and maybe I don't want to. I feel like it's a lot of effort. Sorry, switching up the music on you. We love Lalas though. It's so fun. How much more do I want to eat? Lala's just randomly showing up. And honestly, it's just part of nature. It means that nature is in balance. If there's not enough Lalas, there's not enough Lalas in this stream, there's something wrong. Something's going on. Potentially a natural disaster. If there are not enough Lalas in stream. Okay, I have one more piece of this one. Some more salad. Let me combine this. Maybe one more. Maybe one more. Yeah, well, absolutely. You're 100% welcome to visit us. I think there's a command. Let me check the command for where my house is. You two know each other? Final Fantasy community things. Yeah, I definitely needed food. I will be a better raider streamer with food. Hi Kimchi, how are you? I'm just finishing up a little sushi. I need more. I would like to eat more, but I'm gonna put this away so I can so I can have some later. As a snack later. Have a little bit more sushi and a little bit more salad, and that will be for snack time. You have the coconut rolls! Oh my gosh! Are they? Did you get them on sale? Are they super tasty? It's so bad. I had to cut back. I probably will not be eating my coconut rolls. I think I'm gonna bring them on my trip and just give them to my family, because I'm trying to cut back like on like simple carbohydrates or whatever, I guess. But they're so good though, and I love that they're dairy free. It's so nice. Ooh, balsamic honey blend. Ooh. That sounds really, really tasty. Are you having any do you have any veggies? Are you going to have veggies with it as well? Hi, Annie. 1+ Lala. Wait, do we have any non-Lalas on the other side? We do. We do have non-Lalas on the other side. Okay. Where? Sorry, 1 second. I was going to... Okay, I want to put my food away really quickly, and you want to open up a pack? Y'all want to open up one more pack? Oh, sorry. It should be, I think a house. There you go. Popcorn. We're there. Time to see if this Ninja Glam looks good. Good luck, I believe in you. Just assorted veggies, ooh, with balsamic honey flavoring, like roasted veggies. That sounds really nice though. I love veggies. I love me, like, actually really love salads. I love salads, I love roasted veggies. I think probably maybe tomorrow? The next couple days I'll probably get some, probably end up eating some more salads. I'll probably do some prep and like freeze some stuff that's in the fridge so it doesn't go bad or anything. Of course, no problem. It's your playtime. It's your playtime. You're doing lots of content, right? So much content. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Honestly, sometimes looking cute is just the content. But Kimchi, I'm doing pretty well. Just a little bit of like seasonal summer sadness, but otherwise doing okay. I need to fix my sleep schedule. Sushi made me happy, so that's really great. I'm actually taking a trip next week, so I won't be streaming next week, very sadly. But I'll be back the week after, and we'll be doing alliance raids, which I'm excited about. And today we're doing the Shadowbringer's 3rd trial in the trial series, and we're gonna open up a Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering card. We're gonna open up one, and what else? Open up a card. Open up a card. We got a... Oh, I have a thing regarding Vivi that I gotta show you all. Okay, 1 second. Let me put everything away. I'm still waking up. Don't worry. You are all good. Also, you need to fix your sleep because I know you have work tomorrow. Vivi! Vivi! Oh, I finished Final Fantasy 9 on Friday. Wait, was it Saturday or Friday? Friday. It was Friday. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I finished it. It's wild. I love it. You're my boss, and yes. Don't worry. I also need to fix my sleep schedule. Put away my food. Be right back, alright? Hi, Frosty. Okay, sorry, I am back. Hello. We might. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everyone who's. I said this before, but I think we are gonna save the magic card. We're gonna save the booster until after I finish the trial series. All right. So we're gonna do that. But I just am gonna show you, and then we can hopefully lock in. I can hopefully lock in, and maybe finish the trial series as soon as possible in order for us to do the other stuff as well. So many friends. Okay, hi everyone, I'm back. Here's a little wonky, just gotta fix that real quick. But okay, so I got something in the mail. It was a gift. Lock in, do content cry. Exactly, lock in content cry. After we cry, we open cards to make us feel better. And then we do job quests after, if I have time. All right, so I got something in the mail. And I want to open it up. Is this? I think I've seen something like this before. The Pixel Remastered. Well, it's technically not Vivi. It's a black mage, but it's basically Vivi. And this is basically Vivi. This is basically my son. All right. It says the Final Fantasy Pixel Remastered, and it's like the black mage one. Oh, this is too much reflection. But this is basically Vivi. Like that. This is just my child. Is this light up? I feel like this lights up. Oh, okay, that's just paperwork. Okay. Paperwork? All this is in Japanese. Can someone order a witch? Perhaps, baby. Ooh, okay, there is batteries in the back. Are there batteries in this? I don't think this. I think this feels kind of light. Yeah. Okay. I need to go get a screwdriver and batteries. One moment. My screwdriver. Where's my screwdriver? Oh my gosh, I really don't know this. Yes, where did I put it? No. This room is very chaotic and, which is, I guess, normal, but this is so dumb! It expects me to have a screwdriver on hand! I don't know where it is. Okay, I found it. We're good. Never mind. I found it. It was where it was supposed. It was where actually it was supposed to be, but it was hiding under something else. I don't know when I'll ever play Black Mage, to be honest. I cannot, with full confidence, tell you when I'll end up playing Black Mage. Because I don't know if I like DPSs. I need 3? Oh, dang. Okay. Hopefully this will be enough. Okay. Hopefully these are charged. We're about to find out if these batteries are charged. It is! Okay, it's charged enough. Okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I was gonna put this in the background. It's so cute! Sorry, let me show you. Well, don't we actually? I don't know how long that's gonna be stayed. Oh, can you see it? Can you see it up here? It's very small, but I put it like right there because I don't know. I guess I could have put it on this part of the shelf, but usually my head's blocking it. So Vivi will just be behind us, behind us on the shelf. Thanks for the lurk, popcorn. Okay, we did it. We did the thing. I feel like I made a mess. I don't know. Today's a weird day. I don't know what it is. I'm okay. I'm sure once we like lock in and get focused, it'll be easier. But I mean, we had some food. We're just chilling. I'm sorry today's weird. I'll make sure to focus. Yeah, I'll make sure to focus. We'll open a card pack a little bit later on. Hopefully that will boost brain power. Hopefully they'll boost brain power. Thank you so much. Okay, Vivi is over here now. Vivi is right here. I know he's kind of far away, but I think in the future when eventually my background ends up changing, he'll be okay. He's right here. Okay. Do we lock in today? Is it time to lock in? It's only been 30 minutes into the stream and I feel exasperated. I don't know. Everything feels swanky. But it's still a great time because you all are here with me, hanging out, being nice. I appreciate you all. It's really good. It's really nice to see everyone. But I think at the most, just because we started late, I'll probably like start the questing stuff around 4 p.m.-ish, so we can talk for a little bit more. We can gather stuff. And plus, we're going to the locks. So everyone's already there. I see him. You see him? He's up there. You see him? He's above my head. He's there. Vivi's there. Move this down. Okay. I'm trying to situate myself. Do I feel better? I don't know. Everything just feels weird today. What if we just restart the stream? What if I just go to, what if I just do this? Oh, wow. Stream starting soon. Right now. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? How's it going? I'm gonna say hi to everyone. I hope your Sunday has been fantastic and wonderful. How was your day? Mord, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the first. Thank you for getting first. Hi, Moose. Hi, Pen. Hi, Steen. Hi, Insega. Hi, Gnome. Oh, I didn't see hi to you earlier, Gnome. I didn't see you. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you. Unfortunately, living up to the namesake. Hi, Jay. I hope gaming has been fun. Hello, Yami. And Red and Idolac. Hi, Yilda. Hi, Pen. Hi, Annie. Okay. Hi, Popcorn. Hi, Kimchi. Okay, we're just gonna say hi to everyone. I'm restarting. I'm restarting so my brain works. Everything's gonna be great and wonderful. Hi, Cam. How are you? Oh, by the way, I saw that you changed your hair. You changed your hair. True to your name? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. We're living up to namesake. I'm trying my best to not. Hi, Humble. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the lurk. But yeah, we ended up snacking. We ended up having some sushi for me to fuel my brain. 1+ Lala Papa Corn. I've never seen your Lala before. They're so cute. Oh. So cute. The squeaky. We love the squeaky voice. That's like voice 4, right? I love the squeaky. It's so funny. I love voice 2 though, because that's the one I have. More Lalas. We have 6 right now. That's a half a dozen Lalas. That's so good. That's a really good amount. I love it here. Thank you. The inside was decorated by my friend Jenna. I really love the inside too. But I'm an exterior decorator. I'm not the best at all by any means, but I'm trying my best. Hi Win, how are you? If I didn't pick this voice from day one, I feel like it would have been weird to change it. I will say though, I was a boy Lala originally, but I ended up actually changing. And like, it feels right to be a girl Lala because they're silly. I also love the little twin tails. You're gonna have a lookie? Yes! Explore the garden. There are little hiding spots in the garden as well. And also, yes, this little cute terrace here. Oh, I also doubled up. It looks kind of wonky, but I did double up on benches here, and then 2 people can sleep on both sides. So somebody can sleep on this side, and somebody can sleep on this side too. And then somebody can sit on the sides, because there's a lot of room. We have so much room. See how many Lalas you can fit on this thing? Pat's the top of it. Look at this bad boy. See how many Lalas you can fit on this thing? Hi, Nia. Nia, are you gonna come visit us as a Lala? But yes, you're welcome to go tour around. Do not worry. We are just being silly. We have things. I'll bring another Lala to fit. Yes, please bring another Lala. We have so much sitting room on this bench. So we have 2 napping here. I think you have to do doze. Potentially, unless you're wanting to be on the ground. Yes, you can go inside. Inside is really, really comfy too. I almost even want, I want more space. I want more space to kind of like fix my home area. Over here, we can sit and have some tea. Some tea while we look at the view. The view is really nice. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for like the summer festival event and everything. Oh, does anybody want to? No! Annie! I know you're watching out for the kebabs. Does anybody want kebabs? Because I got some. We're currently cooking kebabs right now. If anybody wants any, I have some to hand out. Cam, you're not supposed to sleep in the pizza oven. No, not roasted popotos. Okay, who wants a kebab? Oh my gosh, is that your chef outfit? Idolike is here to supervise now. Do you want a kebab? Here. Don't be sad. Don't cry. Have a kebab. A meat kebab. Yay! Oh, I wish I could give you a meat kebab too. I got the perfect Lala. What's the Lala amount? Oh, are you extra roasting? Oh, you are extra roasting in there. Cam is just making sure the pizza doesn't burn from the other side. It's fine. Everything is fine. But everyone's having lunch. Does anybody else want lunch? I have kebabs and pizza. We can also just sit. I tried to make a good amount of sitting room around here. Hi, Soup. Finally done with your 300 frontlines matches. Only 7. What is that? 1,000, Soup? There's also a secret garden over here as well, if you'd like to visit. And then the inside. Nia! Nia! It's so funny! The capybara is so funny! It's so funny! gosh, it's so funny. Oh, is it outfit time? The capybara is so goofy. Wabara, 20 achievement points? Do you get something else after that? Oh, if anybody needs this outfit, we got some extras. I just have to go to the Grand Company chest. Is there's no Grand Company chest in the housing districts, is there? Yes, it's our kindergarten raincoat outfits. I can go grab some. 1 second, I'll be right back. You can put it you can put it in the house, really? I don't have the outfit. Okay, I'm gonna grab some outfits. We have some in the chest. 1 moment. Oh, frick. I forgot I jumped backwards. It's been a while since I played Dragoon. I'm sorry. Mia, do you need one, by the way? Do you need an outfit? Mia, would you like a... I don't have one? You won't? Okay, I'll get you one. If anybody wants a palm on their beret, just tell me. I will be back. On my way back home. Look how prepared you are. Okay, I didn't make them all. We had many volunteers help us. We had volunteers helping us, like, put together the outfits. Hi, Win. Okay, sorry. Let me grab all the stuff out of my armory chest. Inventory. You changed your hair again! Okay, does anybody want a palm hat? Or do you just want normal berets? You're gonna have to get different... You're gonna have to get your own shorts, though, but we provide... We provide hat, boots, and beret. But my big hat... But my big hat compensates for my height. Do you want the palm? To give you a little bit more height? Hi, Allie. How are you? Trade. Oh. Here. Trade. Oh, thank you. Yay, more music. For free. Actually needed that one. Yay! More outfits distributed! Yay! It looks so cute! Oh! Oh, the little palm! Rhubarb's coming! Oh, thank you! I need this one too! Okay, I need to use both of these real quick. Yay! If anybody needs any dispelling glams or anything like that, I have some. For Femlalas, honestly one of the best shorts you can use for Femlalas for this outfit is the half slop shorts, casual half slops, because it makes the shorts a little shorter, and you can dye them. I dye them white, but you can dye them whatever color you want. But those are the ones I use for this fit. You're welcome, no problem. Whenever we have extras, we're happy to share. Now I need to replenish on the sets. What are the right colors though? The right colors for the set, it's I can show you. One is sky blue. It's sky blue and honey yellow. But where is... So we didn't make this outfit, but this was like inspired by other people who have done this before and have done like Lala parades. It's inspired by like the little Japanese kindergartners who wear like high-vis like hats and like high-vis hats and like a bright blue like top whenever they're going around and like going around and walking and like going on their little trips, so they're easily spotted. And I thought it's just like super cute. So it's usually a green beret dyed honey yellow, raincoat dyed sky blue, and then the rain boots is honey yellow again. You can wear whatever legs you want. I just personally wear the half slops because it's easy, and I also wear the what is this? I just dye them white. There's actually, I'll have to find it. It's actually on Reddit. Like, kindergartner, Lala's, Reddit. Because there was like a parade. Oh, here it is. This is a while ago when this was posted. This was posted 8 years ago. I think somebody... Yeah, and then somebody in the comments here. So it's this one, and then somebody in the comments posted this photo, and that's what the Lalas are trying to look like, or that's what they're inspired to look like. And it's very cute. Got all the stuff to make it perfect. Honestly, I hope in the future we can make it to a Lala parade, and maybe we've gone to one that was like raincoats, or like rainy day like parade or whatever like that. It's very cute and very adorable. And it was like pastel themed. I'm seeing a lot of bright yellow hats with dark blue tops. With dark blue tops. Oh, look at the second link that I put in Yilda. Here, let me post this one. Or like reply to you. If I crouch, no one will know I'm a cat. No one will know? How will they know? How will they know? Anyways, I hope in the future we can do like a mini parade and just walk around and be silly. You did join a recent big walk of the Lalas? Oh yeah, there's like Lala Day or something, right? It's very cute. Yay! 4 of us have like the same voice. It's very cute. It's a good voice. Also, hi Rhubarb. Hey, oh, you have your outfit too. Oh, for a while. It's so wild. The parades are so big that you like not everyone even loads in properly in them. Depending on like depending on which one you're going to. Oh wait. I think the laugh is the chuckle's really cute. Y'all want to go inside? You want to well, we also have the secret garden over here if anybody wants to visit. And then we also have the inside too. Sorry. We're just assembling. We're just assembling. It's great. So this is the secret garden on the side. Okay. And now we can go inside as well. All right, team, let's go. Who's gonna be the line leader? Who's gonna be the caboose? The Lala walk is so funny. It makes me laugh so many times. So the inside was decorated by my friend Jenna. I did put up a portrait, but everything else was pretty much done by her. Oh, if you get stuck in the wall, just jump. The potatoes have multiplied. There's like so many we have right here. We can sit here. 3 Lalas can sit here, and we can add more as well. We have so much space. This is the Lala group I was talking about. I can also ground sit too. But you know where else has a lot of space? Look at this couch. This couch has so many spots. We can also just sit here. And somebody can sit in the corner. This is usually Wynn's corner over here, but I'm sure she doesn't mind sharing. This is her cat corner. See? So much spot, so much space for us. At one time, there was a group of Lalas that did Star Trek glam. I can't wait. One day, I really want all of us to do the cells at work. The cells at work platelet ones. I think the platelet one is so funny. It's so cute. And then we can get some of our talls to be some of the other cells as well. We can get like some extra talls to do like the macrophage or the red blood cells or white blood cells. Like we have a lot of options. The toddler strut. It's so funny. It's so funny. Can I wear the uniform? Yes, absolutely. Pen, you can 100% wear the uniform. Wynn usually does wear the other uniform to be the art teacher. Maybe one day we can do Madeline as well. See, so much space. We're so comfy. Wynn as teacher. Yes. What if we all did the Moogle quest? It became post Moogle workers? That would actually be really cute. I kind of like that too. We should be post Moogle workers. Mogmail. We're Mogmail workers. What do we do? Are we Mogmail workers and do we deliver things to people? Like, do we give them stuff? Beep beep. Beep beep. We have mail for you. Post Moogle quests are fun. I need to do them eventually. I really do. I have a set if you need it. Oh, Wynn already has a set as well. There is required deliveries of doing the quest though. Okay, so we actually have to work on them long term. Okay, we got this. One day, someday. Also, there is a little step up here so we can reach the countertops. We can have oh, wait a second. There's a sandwich. We got some sandwiches and we got some hot cocoa over here. Oh, not the brick wall. Yeah, some supper, some food. The chairs are a little tall for us, but it's okay. The stretch. Oh, the stretch is good. And then also we have some stools here. If you jump in a certain place, you might accidentally get to the second floor. But there's nothing up here. So don't try to do that. Where's my housing button? Move to front door. Why are Popotos roasting? What's happening? Why are Popotos roasting in my fire? Wait, I need to put out the Lalas. What are they doing? Water? Okay, alright. I'm trying to put out the fire. The Lalas. This is also so funny. We only have fem Lalas here. I'm putting the Lalas out because they're being rambunctious and they're in the walls again, which happens sometimes. It's just, this is normal Lala behavior. We know this. There are male Lalas? No, actually they don't exist. It's similar to like in Shadowbringers, how there's no male Vieras. There's actually no, there's no male Lalas as far as we know. Hi Idolak, hi Gnome, hi Wynn. My boy Pippin, he's rare. You're right. Wait, you're right. We love Pippin though. We love Papalimo too. They're rare. Okay, they're a rare species. Another Lala. Hi Lolo. Thank you for helping me put out the fire. You tossed in your Lolette. Oh, cute. They're gonna grow big and strong. They're gonna grow big. All these Lalas are gonna grow big and strong. It's gonna be great. There's a reason Pen is a cat and not a Lala. It's very rare. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we need to... we mentioned the lock-in. Hi, Visceral. The male Lala population got smaller after the fall of the Lala meat... Stop, visceral, not Lala Migo. I think I'm starting to think flaming Lalas are like grease fires. It just gets bigger. You can't put them out. It fuels them. We need one more Lala for an even 10. We have 9 right now? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We do. Okay. Calling all Lalas? Do we have one more? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so yesterday Annie saw a Lala named Gralala. Yeah, and it was a mini Gralala. Where were you when Lala Mudfast? No! I don't like Lala Mud. We're just being small. I was like, hi, kid. Just small things. Just fun small things. Anybody else have a Lala ult that they could spare? Girl, Lala mold is very evil. Okay, do we literally need to make a whole list of all things just converted to Lala? We have Lala mold. Lala mold. No, what was, okay, so we have this one, Lala Mud, and oh, what was the other one? Lala Migo. No, the great epic ending with the warrior of light of Lala Brea. Lala Brea. Answer plays, but sung in a much higher voice. Is your Lala ult? And then your main is a Femro? Oh, Lalaxander. Lalaxander? Oh my gosh, you remember that trial series in Heavens where Lalaxander? He was a really small, but also like surprisingly big primal. Valtteri? Lalaminsa? That one's pretty good. Okay, that was pretty good too. Valtteri. We literally if we don't make a list, we're gonna forget this. We're gonna forget this if we don't make a list right now. Lala Brea. I'm sure this exists though, because like plays exist, right? People do like mini plays of various things, so I can imagine that like somebody doing plays of like the warrior lights, but just a bunch of Lalas exist. It's surprising how Rolalabon can lift and carry Nanamo. Remember Lala Tali? I prefer the quiet of Granlala. It won't stop. It won't stop. Funnily enough, my OG small back in 2.0 was a Lancer! It was a Lancer! You all are a hit. I need to go back and like put all these down later. There's so many of us. Should we eventually lock in though? If you want entertainment, you can go to Ulala. We're relentless, we're chaotics, we're Lalas. I mean, that's why it's so fun. Taro Deep Crop. Nia, Taro Deep Crop. I cried so much after clearing the Volal. The Volal. You're an original Lala. Taro Deep Crop. No way. Nia. All of you are you cried so much after cleaning the Volalt. You all are menaces, but honestly that's what it takes to play a Lala in any capacity. Whether you have an ult or a main, like you have to be like to some degree a menace. It's like a requirement. Otherwise you're actually not allowed to confirm that you can play a Lala. It'll actually just boot and kick you and probably ban you. If you don't have enough menace in you, you can't do it. That means everyone here is a menace. No, drowned city of Shalala. link. Everyone's a menace. Notice must have slipped through the cracks. Oh, like in-game? I'm not a menace? What do you mean? I can be. It's just very particular situations when I am a menace, okay? It's just very particular. Also, I will say, when I did a free trial account, like in 2016, right? Like in 2016, my computer could not play it. It was so buggy. It was so laggy that all I remember when I made my account was, surprisingly at the time, I could trade with people. That was really funny. Because somebody, like, essentially, because I ended up picking a Lala. And it ended up settling somewhere in Ether at the time. And somebody was just like really nice to me and helped me out because like clearly it looked like I was struggling. And they ended up giving me things. I think they crafted stuff and gave it to me because I need to maybe up that subscription one day and I need to like look who ended up giving me stuff. I think I looked recently and it doesn't look like they play anymore, but like, I don't know. Maybe you have to check. Maybe they've come back. Maybe they've come back since. But anyways, the biggest takeaways I had in my 2016 trial, which is probably like, I think it was like 7 days, maybe 2 weeks. It was like a week or two. It wasn't like free trial today. Was like, people were really nice. I absolutely cannot play the game because it's so laggy. And yeah, just people were nice. That was it. And I chose a Lala and it was so funny. Orban Lala Stary? Good call. Or Orban Lala Stary. Untune, okay, not always. Sometimes we can be a menace, just a little bit. Just like as a treat, though. Notice convinced the entire Discord server to run Orban until we all loved it. No, I didn't even do that. Y'all convinced me to run more and more Orban, and then we just recruited more and more people, though. Malalalaz. Malakai's well. Silly. Alright. I think I gotta take y'all. Are you getting your steps in? Are you getting your steps in? we do need to take a field trip to the locks though. Anybody is welcome to join. If you want. I'm gonna TP us there. Oh wait, Annie, you're not gonna be able to do this. Okay, okay. We're taking a field trip to locks. Maybe we'll see Ixion today too. Wait, I don't think you're in the locks yet. No, I don't think Rhubarb can go to the locks yet. Oh. We should go to Ratika to listen to Lalahi. Silly. Okay. I was gonna say, which chaperone do we take with us? Okay, time to go to the locks. We should go to Ratique. Usually boss fates have... Oh, 72. Okay, so we won't be able to see Ixion again. Boo! Boo! It's okay, though. Field trip time. We gotta try to lock in. Hang out with Master Lalatoya. No chaperone, only Lala! Only Lala! Chaperones can't stop me. I'm backflipping off the stairs. That's actually, don't do that. Don't actually do that. Unless you're a Dragoon. I think the next unlock is over here. It's like the Lala fast walk is so funny. It looks like they're like trying to subtly, but not subtly, like walk away from Atal. That's me! Master Lalatoya. so funny looking. It's so cute. Okay, I think I'll have to talk to the resistance officer for the next part. Are we gonna do it in? Yeah, we're gonna do it in gear. We're gonna do it in this outfit. Oh, oh, wait. Oh, is it gonna be flashbacks? Is everyone ready for the depression? The familial depression, that is. Because we have to differentiate between the type of depression you get when you play this game, because there's just so many. In in memory, the resistance troops wish to help their newfound allies in Turncliffe. Ah, notice. I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Alamegans know how hard life can be for a society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. Well, we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe. There are countless other problems that need attending to. If you can spare some time, we could use your help. Bless you, Notice. You really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, have a word with your usual escort. I wish you all the best. Okay, sorry. I also forgot to tell everyone, we're starting the questing portion of Shadowbringers Trial Series number 3 right now. So as a heads up, we are starting questing on that. You are so silly! Oh, standing in a line. But yes, we're gonna start the questing for that portion. So as just a heads up. Also, yes, I am on Sarg at the moment. So I think, is it DC? Maybe World. No. Home? No, apparently I don't recall. Apparently I don't have a command. I thought I did. But yes, I am Sarg. I usually play Ether Sarg most of the time. But yes, today we'll maybe do a random roll for who's available. Yeah, of who's available for the next questing portions. Oh, server! Thank you, Pen. I knew I had one, I just forgot. Okay, I will be back, everyone. Oh, I would highly recommend that you all hang out in this tent over here. I think we were chilling over here earlier. There's lots, wait, right? Yeah, there's lots of boxes for the Lalas to climb on. I know Lalas like high ground. I mean, I do. So I'm assuming all Lalas want high ground. Not for any nefarious reasons. Just to, as the apex predators they are, they just prefer to have good line of sight. So the boss roped you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Turncliffe? Yeah. Oh, this song is so sad. Sure? What do you mean? They are apex predators! You underestimate my power. Something about the high ground. Leave Allie to me. Okay, so this is the same dialogue as before. Search for despondent civilians. This song is so sad. It's such a good song, but holy crap, it is so sad. Also hearing this song the first time when we were doing like other MSQ parts, not just while we were doing MSQ parts, it was not just like listening to it in the town. It was a lot. It was heavy. Oh, I can get you a link to the Discord in a little bit. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, I wanted to see, is it still over there? Oh, it's still over there. Okay. Yes, the music, like musical composition in this game is incredible. Like, such a good job. You're the one who piloted the war machina and defeated the sapphire weapon, aren't you? I thought so. I've heard much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. I'm Avelina, and I grew up here. When I saw 16, I was put to work as a match tech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For decades, we suffered at their hand. Generations of young people were forced into the army and set off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here kept me away from the battlefield. I hope my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove they haven't been forgotten, a monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I'd need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it'd be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. But with the resistance troops and the ironworks engineers closing off the place, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. We'll try our best. That's really sweet, though. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. Also, this and abuses the heck out of the association music. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Like, I have 100% like started tearing up because of like certain songs. It's really funny. I ended up so after 5.3, right? After we ended up doing 5.3, of course we get hit with another variation of Eternal Wind, right? And I was like, and then Soria ended up giving me the orchestrion roll another day, and I was like, I was so excited. I went into the in room and I played it, and I was like, oh, I can't listen to this. I'm gonna cry because it was too soon. And like, yeah, the association with music and emotion, so good. Honestly, I feel like music has always made me like really emotional, and I feel like if I ever end up going to any of their like tours in the future, 100%. I know this is definitely common for a lot of the people in the audience, but like 100% will be bawling. We'll need waterproof eyeliner and so many tissues. Honestly, large boxes of tissues. Crying the entire time you finish 3. It's okay. Dune, I will say, it's not every iteration of Eternal Wind. It's specific ones that will hit extra. I think a lot of the iterations of Eternal Wind, though, are like so good, and now there's even like more meaning to them. Because like I first heard Eternal Wind when I had bought the DS 3D remake of Final Fantasy 3. And I never finished it. I don't think I got even close. I have a tendency with a lot of older like RPGs that I will over level and I'll like excessively level, and then I'll get bored and I'll never touch it again. And I think that's what happened. So yeah. But luckily the Pixel Remastered helps me with that a little bit, just because I can like expedite some of the leveling portions. But when I do end up playing it, I feel like I'll probably end up getting a little emotional here and there, depending on what's happening in the story. I'm excited though. Orchestrion show yesterday, not a dry eye in that theater. I hope everyone was hydrating. I bet it was fantastic. I'll let you do the talking, if that's all right. Can I help you with? No, something I can help you with? Do you have a list of the conscripts? I see. It's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in the Imperial's leavings. But it seems that she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out our investigations, we close off the place to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, I'd better go with her, in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. Oh, I'm glad we were able to help. I'm sorry, there's an ad starting in like 30 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna stop right here. I'm gonna stop right here because there is an ad that's about to play. And I'll just like do a BRB, right? I'll be like right back while we wait for it to like go over before we continue. What's an ad? I appreciate all the support, everyone. But I'm gonna finish this ad portion real quick. And then also, I like another thing about the music is there's just some songs I immediately recognize. Especially, I think it was extra. I think even more so in Heaven's Ward is like when certain songs just like hit extra hard, and that's where they got imprinted into my brain. Like it is, it's branded into my brain now. Of like I know what that song is from, or like I know where that song is from. Of like the scene, what had happened, and like why it's so impactful, and then also like why I'm currently crying or like yelling at the game for like stop playing this song. The sushi was nice. I want more. I need to cook more. I need to clean out my fridge later on. Yeah. I need to clean my sink too. It's piling up a little bit. Honestly, I'm really... Okay, I think this is because I don't have any space in my apartment. I need like better storage overall. But like, once... I'm very grateful to have a dishwasher. And once the dishwasher is dry, things just kind of sit there. I need to take things out in order to put dirty things back in. It's not good. Anyways, just blabbering. And there's about a minute left on the ad. It is way slower than anybody thinks. But as soon as I see it, and then I'll talk. So Avelina? Okay. Avelina? I'm gonna start early. It's not gonna be too much text, I promise. Okay. I'm sorry for any trouble. Sorry, I'm sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of the local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. No! My friend Melisandria. My friend Melisandria. I had no idea she'd been assigned to the 7th Legion, of all places. How do you know her? How did you know her? What do you mean, of all places? It all began while we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory. We'd soon become firm friends. Then one day, she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. Oh. They look so happy. They look so happy. Really? He was the okay. So Recon is the Recon is the youngest one. So he's 17 though. The youngest one, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adopted father, Gaius Van Belsar, before they departed. It was actually him. It was actually another. Wait, okay, wait, lore is happening. Okay, so it was actually another of his orphans, Livia, who forbade them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. Okay, I see. So she does come up. It's very interesting. She does come up in this story. So Livia, was also an orphan. Huh. That's so... Okay. Alright. I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting names. I'm trying to remember Levia's sister in Ishgard. Why can't I remember her name? Mondu's wife? Lucia, thank you. I'm like, what's her name? So, very interesting. So, that is, I think it's really neat because we know that Lucia basically like left Garlemald, right? And she hadn't been there in a long time, and she ended up following Emmerich and like his ideals and like really admires him. Huh. Both of the sisters ended up following like very like strong men with very like strong morals, I suppose. And it's interesting to see because like we always joke about how Levia is definitely a simp and like how obsessed with Gaius she was, and it like this is further cemented because of like this as well. She had a strong attachment. So a strong attachment to Gaius, but also her being jealous of his foster children. Levia, come on. Like, these are his kids. And I know Levia probably was more so like a protege, like another protege or another student for Gaius. But for her to essentially like forbade them from not seeing him. Okay, alright. So it's been some time. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Levia at arm's length whenever possible. Her devotion to him... Oh, okay, so Gaius was aware of it. But her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she was became extremely jealous at even the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, Prefectus Castrum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. While I was surprised that a row had risen such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving in the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. And this is another thing as well, because Gaius, especially in the 14th, he like cared more for merit than for like blood ties or whatever, or bloodlines. So it would make sense that the 14th Legion specifically had so many different types of people. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words, then she was gone. It was the last I'd ever saw of her. Oh, do we tell her? Probably should eventually. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunal Lactaclavus of the 14th. Nero and I worked on restoring Ultima Weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed. I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Warlit, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue work on the weapon project. Even now, it makes me sick to my stomach to think I helped bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapon's core was part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment, not when the 7th Legion was already supplied by provincial conscripts right for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with the list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Oh my gosh. I'm assuming for the engineers to not have emotional ties, knowing that like they would be sacrificed if they had any hesitation, like going forward. That's sick. That's terrible. Okay. Your skills and knowledge can finally be put to good use. Let's bring an end to the weapon project together. But what can I do? For years, all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. I mean, she can build it, she can take it apart too, right? The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're bidding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And what they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I ever met. But to the Empire, she was just another pawn in their games. I will never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first, I need to speak with the members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that the war machina that you used to beat the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Okay, until then, there's time to make improvements, and I intend to help. What if she gets hired by the Ironworks? I'll still be going ahead, but the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I'd have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Hopefully her and, you know, Allie and Alphonse can meet again, because they do know each other too. Also, hi everyone. She got wooed by Emmerich. Understandable. I mean, have you seen his face? Emmerich has a nice face, alright? I do feel like there's a bit of retconning here in Gaius' favor. I could see that for sure. Especially if we end up going back and doing the that part of Realm Reborn. But yeah, they're definitely adding much more lore that was not there before, but it's still interesting though, I will say. Navia was bad to us. She was bad to her. She kicked our cabbage. She kicked our small. We do have yeah, we have to reform a lot of Realm Reborn. Yeah, I would still like to go back and play Realm Reborn again and just kind of like go through and like see what had happened at that time. Like we knew that Livia was kind of like jealous and spiteful and not very nice, to be honest. Honestly, just not the nicest person out there. But yeah, Gaius, maybe we only saw like part of his character, right? But yeah. I still think this is interesting though. Livia thirsting after her. Okay, I don't think it's her dad. Well, first of all, they're implying that she was a ward, right? So he essentially looked after her in a capacity similar to our dad, but like also that's weird, and that means that she probably has parental issues. I mean, I'm not saying she has parental issues, potentially. I don't know. Olivia did not turn out like her sister. And there was a scene where, with heavy implications? Oh, I did not see that. I don't remember that at all. There's a lot of lore lost in transition in 1.0 into Realm Reborn. I see. She's calling to add to fear of abandonment. I can see that as well. If it makes any difference, it reads more like a teacher stalking obsession. That's what it feels like. Yeah, I like a higher up, and then like hit them saying that he tried to keep her at arm's length too. I don't know. But I don't know. We'll have to. One day I'll go back and we'll like read through it again. Now knowing what we know now as well. But I don't even think I have any VODs of like probably that cutscene. Formerly, hey, it's Mr. Formerly hardest trial in the game. The guy that no, what's her name? Avelina was like talking to. Hi Nightmare, how are you? Hi Ryo. From Lucia's, whereas the sisters lost their parents and it hit them hard. Yeah. I remember that part. I remember like, yeah, I do remember Lucia like admitting that was her sister. Right? Yeah. And then They kind of just went their own way. Talk to the Resistance member app for... Okay. Porta Praetoria. I wonder if in the encyclopedia or the art book there's like more info, especially about like what we're doing here too. I don't know if we can say he's a completely good guy because he's still, there's a lot of murders. Like this is something that, who said this earlier? Like as many people as he saved, he did also kill, right? And like, who was it? No, yeah, it was Vald. Vald said that, I'm pretty sure. And it's not like we can't absolve all his like wrongdoings just because he did do good things too. But it does, you know, there's more to his character. He's a good guy who fell prey to Emmett's lies and trickery. Was it Emmett or La Habrea at that time? I mean, also, who hasn't fell prey to Emmett? Emmett's lies and trickery. Used to be the first. Oh, really? Okay, that's really interesting. Also, hi Cyber, how are you? It was Emmett who kickstarted the Garlemald's conquest. I mean, that's because Emmett was soulless. It's whatever. He created like he started mini empires. He's just his hobby, his pastime. It was the hardest in the game. Reality, he died. People would troll Sprout saying it's the hardest in the game. He died in 20 seconds. Oh. Okay. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? Oh, wait a second. So solo dudes with actual mechanics. I remember that one. I was thinking it was like, oh, wait, that's the one where I had to like run around a lot. I definitely was playing White Mage. So how was your time in Turncliffe? I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said about the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation on the one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlet's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, I'd be honored to fight alongside the people of Werlet. We won't get rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until the day comes, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass on any pertinent information. In the meantime, take care. Also, regarding what you were saying earlier in terms of the scene about like requesting somebody to come, like Gaius requesting Livia or whatever, right? I wonder if the original Japanese text also has implications as well, or is it something like it's in translation? I wonder how other translators or the other languages ended up taking that too. So that's something that's going to be particularly interesting whenever I go back and then see that portion. People used to say thanks for the parties and cutscenes between Ultima Weapon and La Habrea because he did nothing. The twin shield guy, I guess the hard part was people not yet familiar with the trials and such. Okay. It's like the Ultima Weapon used to die in 10 seconds, 5 seconds for each phase. Oh, some connection issues. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully, is it like the weather, like locally? I had macros and markers for Westwind. People putting all the savage macros in chat, placing markers. Why would you all do that? That's so funny and mean. That is hilariously mean. Why? I wonder how many people... Wait, I'm curious. Is anybody here currently in chat? Did anybody fall for the trolling? for Westwind? Did anybody have to do it? And did anybody fall for it? For the patch, I got a whole group of vets. We spent a few minutes making up strats for phases and mechanics before we pulled. you fell purpose for all. I started like right before the rework. Yeah, I didn't have to do it either. No, but I played along. Were there markers whenever you all did it? There's markers when you did it, Cam? When I first got there was somebody hyping... Okay, let me go back. A little bit when I first got to there, it was someone hyping him up and then a good laugh. It was a good reference. Oh, no. That's a good reference in the quest tile. Duty in the Sky with Diamond. So Diamond's the next one. Is Duty in this... What is Duty in the Sky? Is it a Gundam reference or something? But also, the next one. So the next one is Diamond? Oh, is Alphonse in here? No, Alphonse is gonna be in here. Oh, Song from the Beatles. Also Gundam reference. Oh, Duty in the Sky with Diamonds? Is it Diamond in the Sky? Oh, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Oh, that's clever. Nice job, translation team. What an image. I don't like this. I don't like what's about to come. What is this? This man. This milk drinker derogatory. About to face off or like confront Gaius, which is he's most envious of. I spent more time about whether to pull or drop or requeue with him, and then actually took the fight. We've done it again. Miscreant. Ugh. That was a terrible combination of words, Ken. It's a Lala whip. No. Okay, the resistance troops have... Sorry. The resistance troops have received intriguing information from Warlet. You've come at the right time. They brought some... there have been some developments in Warlet that we'd like to share with you. And as luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks. I'll take it from here. Who is it? Oh, it's Mango! I'm glad. I'm glad to see you looking so well noticed. Minago! It's been too long, Minago. Why? What? What do you mean we wouldn't remember Minago? Mango! Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen you around Ralger's Reach much lately. Anyone would think that you're trying to avoid me. No, we would never. But as much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I'm afraid I've gotten some serious business to discuss. Following the liberation of Turncliff, it seems that the people of Warlet also have their hearts on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded citizens have rallied under the banner of Warlet revolutionaries, and they aim to dispose the 7th Legion that currently occupies the city. Their ranks include many former conscripts. Between them, they possess no small amount of combat experience. The only thing they lack is someone to lead them. After much consideration, they decide to turn to none other than Gaius Belsar. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did. But desperate times calls for desperate measures. Okay, Gaius is now going to be a resistance leader. What a story arc. Very interesting. His reputation as a legatus speaks for itself. As most Alamegans will attest, he was far more reasonable and pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor, Xenos, for that matter. But most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Warlet in the first place, so who better to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions from the Alamegan resistance. Not that we have much to spare at present, but we'll do what we can. Well, my comrades see to preparations. I've been assigned to meet with him in person. I was wondering, could you accompany me to Turncliffe? Of course. Thanks, Notice. To be perfectly honest, coming face to face with a black wolf is a rather daunting prospect. Even if he was supposedly turned over a new leaf. But I'm sure having you there will make a world of a difference. Oh my gosh, this music as well. I believe you're acquainted with our escort, yes? Let him know when you're ready to get along. It also feels so weird hearing like the Shadowbringers like acceptance music and stuff. We're on our way. Oh. There we go. Yes, please. Get 50 Lalas together and become Popotron. Nightmare. We were close. We got to 9 Lalas earlier. We're hoping to get to we were hoping to get to 10 eventually. I'm so sorry. I don't like your haircut. I have on a Midlander, this haircut is traumatizing. It's been a long time coming, but finally, Warlet will throw off the shackles of the Imperial rule. But I know you're nothing like your the mirror. Nothing like who we hate. Many of my comrades were dead against having Gaius Belsar of all people lead the charge. But as I always say, if you want the job done properly, hire a professional. After all, he's already conquered Warlet once, so I'm certain that he'll be successful and he'll be just as successful a second time. I'm glad they seem to be optimistic about it. Okay, Severa's not here. What's the engineer up to? I must thank you for introducing us to the Avelina. To cut the long story short, Master Sid has decided to let her into the hangar whenever she likes. In exchange, she's given us all sorts of useful information about the Empire's war machina. She even offered to help us make improvements to the G Warrior. I'm glad that she's able to help. I mean, I think most people, really almost everyone, wants to have some kind of purpose or like reason or like duty. Maybe like, I don't know. And like in my eyes, I mean, I think everyone would like to rest, right? But like at some point, resting and like lying there and sleeping gets a little boring. So everyone likes to like, you know, work towards something. And like whatever that something is can be incredibly varied, but like, you know, but that's what the fun of it is. Oh, no! Really? Sorry, I'm bringing up the tab. I'm bringing up the tab. Oh, frick. Okay, not yet. It's not yet. He's in the battle. He's in the last part. I didn't realize he was doing with NPCs. That's fun. Okay, it's not yet though. It's not happening yet. He's currently dealing with the chess pieces. Oh, he has this. He's fine. He's fine. He's got exactly. He has to do it with Alfie. Of course, of course. Oh man. Okay, it's not. He's watching the cutscene. Oh no. Yeah, if anybody, here. Let me. Wait. Okay, yeah. He's doing it. If anybody's wondering, like that's if you're not already following him, you should definitely follow him. Do I have time to finish this portion? I think he's talking a little bit. Okay, all right. Gaius Belsar, I presume? Oh, he's reading the text too. Okay, all right, sorry. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to your request of aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does that mean we can finally make our move? Oh no. Okay, I think it's happening now. He's in the cutscene. Yeah, he's going in the cutscene now. I'll wait. I wanna wait. 1 second. There we go. I'm not gonna put this up. I just wanna... Let's not listen to this side. I'm sure it'll be fine. It will be perfectly fine. He's gonna do great going through it. I mean, this is one of the first major really big parts as well. One story, another sprout I was going through the vault a while back. NPCs takes a hit for me. Idolac. Idolac, I can't believe they said that. It's fine. They went no. No one knows. No one knows anything. No one knows what's happening. He's very tense. I mean, it's reasonable. Cause like, I don't know, when I did this, I was nuts. I just felt so anxious. I felt so anxious going through this. I just felt like the whole time I was like, something's going on. I don't know what. And everyone just like shut up. So I was like, I was just nervous nonstop. And it makes sense after the fact. Of course, he's making faces like he knows. He can't know. No way he knows. No way he knows. No way. I think he's nervous too. I mean, I understand. Like this game makes you nervous all the time. I was nervous the entire time. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing shorts of this later on. I hate seeing this. I don't want to watch this. Why am I watching this? Why are we watching this? It's terrible. I don't want to. It's time to no. I'm glad we got to see him, but it didn't mean I didn't want it like this. I will say we did get to see him in Shadowbringers. So oh no. Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes I'll just like nervous laugh because it's like what's going on? Like how is this happening? A nervous laugh. I guess I get to also watch it in post Dawn Trail graphics now. Post Dawn Trail and post Elysian update graphics. We're really just all watching. I know you all can't see it. But I don't know. I know everyone's already in there watching. No, Alfie's shaking his head. No. Let me benediction him! I could do it! I'm getting faster at benediction. This goes to show, even though he recorded the lines, he didn't really know. Yeah, because I'm assuming that he probably didn't actually like see the gameplay accompany like the script potentially, right? I mean, I'm sure it's different for like all voice actors depending on what what medium they're working with. I can't. They only got the full script in Dawn Trail. Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. Like, they don't actually get to see the context unless they end up playing or watching somebody else. I know the dad part. It's not even over. It's not even over. This is not the worst of it. Voice plus direction. Yeah, because I'm sure the director knows like more context than they do, right? So, yeah, the director. Somebody. Oh my god, the mods. Why would you do that, mods? The mods pinned a message. It's fine. Terrible day for rain. I honestly, it's really interesting. I think it hurts worse when you see your character. Like, I don't want to think about it too much. Yeah, I actually don't want to. If I think about it too much, I'm gonna get sad. I'm gonna get sadder. But I think it's even worse when you see your character in there, because like it's always interesting to see other people's reactions to it, right? And I know, like, we don't want to. It's like everyone's reaction is unique and different, and that's why it's great. That's why it's so interesting watching so many other people play it. But like, we don't want to like expect anything from anybody of like how somebody's supposed to react. But like, also, yeah, for sure, I just noticed like watching. Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Colin. But also, like, seeing your character in it makes it 10 times worse. Somebody did a giant pierce shield emote? Why? Why would you do that? Why would somebody do this? Has somebody subbed a... I'm sure somebody has already done this. Somebody's already given a gifted sub to him. His chat just goes so fast. There's so many people. He has to... Yeah, carry on. I'm glad that he's getting space to kind of go through it as well. Yeah, who has that emote? Okay. They talked about it recently, how they said, like, this is a faction that you're angry about, spoken through gritted teeth. And then also, it's so cool. You can see how talented voice actors are when they get so little, or, like, they don't get, like, the entire story, right? So they can't, like, 100%, like, well, like, for how much directioning they get and how like great the voices come out for the characters, like you can definitely essentially just see how talented they are. Oh, I've never seen this one before. But also this is really sad too. I know the line. It is actually really, really pretty. But also, this is so sad. The little campfires. Okay. He's... I know! He's supposed to be! He's supposed to be around forever. I mean, he's always here in our heart. But also, yeah, this is not even over. He still has to go through the the rest of the cutscene. Part 2. Cute. Oh, he's playing on PC with a controller. That's cool. One day I want to try. It's 100% more depressing seeing your character make the faces, because like they've like some of like the emotions for the characters like in cutscenes are so good. I love seeing like how like expressive they are too. I also play on PC with the controller. It's the best of both worlds. It's very cool. I hear very cool. I hear very cool people play controller. Maybe one day we'll have to try it. Uh. I swapped from Viera to Lala for more. Yes, it's Lollers are so expressive. I love it though. I hope one of the mods puts everyone in emo mode again. My son. It hit worse because you were paladin main, because you couldn't shield him, you couldn't passage of arms. You could have literally just been immortal. You were fine. Really? That's when they added it? That's our dad. Our dad is sad. Just a night to a night. It also it makes me sad that we couldn't try to heal him. Like if you ended up playing a healer, I wish you could have attempted to heal him too. Like I know in Stormblood when your stroller gets hurt, we can help heal people then, but I hope you get to see more of it. Oh, Tataru. Can't voice it. I imagine I know which one he's gonna pick whenever he ends up talking to Emmerich later on. It's like, will you give chase or whatever? And I feel like most people only pick one. I haven't heard of many people picking the other one yet. Okay. Well, hearts getting broken all over again. took a time travel. Yeah, time traveled back to Heavensward briefly. Now we're time traveling back into to Stormblood, and then we're going to Shadowbringers. Yeah, this is definitely probably a heavier one for sure. I hope he takes his time and enjoys. I mean, enjoys as much as heartbreak that you can get in this game. Oh, I missed that. The second part where he was talking for Alfie. Okay, I'm gonna put this over here. To have VA say those lines after, yeah. I know that's 100% gonna be clipped, if not already. Like, absolutely. Ooh. Did you turn off the music? Yeah, he needs a second. That's okay. I also, like, as soon as we got outside of it, I needed a second. Because it hit me worse of like, we're never gonna see him again. This is a game. This is for sure a game. Yup. If he needs a snack break, maybe that would be not a terrible idea. That was a big glass. Sadly, time to head to bed. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Well, hopefully we'll be finishing tonight. But, not next week, but the week after that. The week of the 26th through the 28th, I think. That's when I'm going to be doing Alliance raids. If anybody wants to stop by for that, we're going to try to get 24 people. Hopefully enough to fill a whole party finder. So, yeah. I'm excited if anybody wants to join in. But we're going to try to finish more Storm, Shadowbringers raid series. Some of y'all are 100% vampires, as if I'm not watching already. But why do you keep repeating it as if I don't know? As if it's not seared into our brains. His quotes. Why do you keep repeating so many of these quotes? Also, you know, he's taking his time. So, her finished Final Fantasy 9? I did. I did finish 9. I really like 9 a lot. A lot. I really like 9. It's so good. Gonna be doing Alliance raid? Yes. Oh, the 18th? Oh, it's the 18th? Oh, well, I will not be. That's gonna be, wait, what time is that? Eastern time. 5 a.m. Eastern time. Oh boy. Well, luckily for anybody who's up late for PST, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. for y'all. But yeah. There's VODs. It's okay. But yeah, I'm sure it's just time constraints and everything, what was available for everyone. But also, I'm sure it'll be fun. And there's also VODs for everyone to enjoy. Vivi was pulling... Oh my gosh, Vivi was doing great. I'm so proud of our boy. So, yes. Vivi essentially carried... He carried basically the Disc 4. Oh, what was that in? Oh... It's okay. Oh, he did a lot today. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. He did so much today. That was a lot. Yeah. He did so much today. Oh. Okay, Colin's done. I know people are gonna work on like clipping that, or like clipping the like his VODs and everything. And I know people are gonna be thrilled hearing him voice like Alfie and everything, but I think that was also like, I can imagine how overwhelming that is, like not just experiencing it live, but then also like having so many people there like with you and stuff. So as long as he takes care, it's getting, I'm sure it's, you know, in the evening, so hopefully he can wind down and just chill a little bit. Oh, he's very sweet. But yeah, I hope he can digest it, because it's like, I know whenever big scenes happen, my brain afterwards is actually just empty. It is just like drained and empty. So I 100% can see why it's like, okay, you need to take a step back. And I'm glad that he, you know, he knows himself well enough that he's like, okay, I think this is it for now. I don't think we can go on any further. But yes, good on him. Okay, all right. So, yes, so Vivi, my darling, precious baby boy. love VB so much. Okay, so like yesterday I was gonna make a post. I was making a post on Blue Sky and I was saying like I finished Final Fantasy IX. I feel better as a person for it. And I was gonna say like I was about to say like I can't even think of the ending too much without like essentially crying because of like how emotional it was, like realization after realization for me. I really like 9 a lot. Vivi was like an evil god who wants to destroy all. Dead. Vivi did so good. He did so good. Yeah, after a little bit, exactly. After we ended up doing some focuses, when I realized, okay, we need to focus. We need to like not prioritize damage right now. Yeah, he was hitting max damage and it was beautiful. Going through Heaven's Ward. Yup. What's happening? Sorry. Yeah. So I did a shout out earlier, but yeah, he was going through Heaven's Ward. He did the vault earlier, and we had some friends tell us like, oh, Colin's doing the vault and stuff, and we were watching. And it was a lot. I understand. It was a lot, and I'm glad that he's taking some time for him, because it's, I don't know, especially when you have like, you know, your expectations are very like swerved. It's not easy. Yeah. I was just doing yeah. We actually, Ninja, we were told that he was doing it, and I was like watching it while muting everything over here. Well, I didn't put it on the screen because like, you know, it's I was just watching it without you all hearing it too. So I'm glad he's taking time for himself now. But yeah, we were also talking about Final Fantasy IX and how I finished it the other day, and I'm very happy for it. Yes, Vivi 100% carried. Okay, so Ninja, Vivi carried through all 4 of the Chaos ones, the Chaos bosses, right? He basically, him and like one of the healers were up every single time. At the very last one, we ended up doing, I tried like 3 times and it didn't go so well, but then I was told like, hey, notice this ability or attack is actually a dark elemental. So I was like, we changed up our gear, and we went through. It was kind of rough. Some people died. Aiko got zombied before she died, and I didn't realize that I needed to cure the zombie before I could res her. So I kept resing. I kept trying to res her like 3 times. So Aiko was like out of the battle for like 3/4 of it. Zidane eventually died, and it was just Vivi hitting max damage. Vivi hitting max damage, and then I had Dagger like healing him. But it was great. I'm glad we did it. He was the MVP. I love him so much. You'll be at a Ren Fair on the 26th. Oh, that sounds so fun though. I think later in August, actually, I think I'll end up going to a con in DC, and I think I might actually end up live streaming it. And yeah, we might have a live stream like at the con, and it'll be cool and a good time. I will not miss the Lions Raid. They're your favorite. Okay, Ali, I will make sure in Discord, and I'll make sure on the Twitch schedule everything is updated when we confirm the time. I'll have a rough ETA for the Alliance raids, but we will confirm when I get back from my trip though, for sure. Yeah, Aiko was a zombie on the ground. That hurt. Vivi 100% was ripping through the bosses. He was just a max damaging it out, and we love him so much. Hi Elle, how are you? Did you get back home? I can't wait for the wait to point bosses at Notice. What do you mean? No, don't point bosses at me. Got sidetracked, pulled up karaoke versions of childhood songs. Diamond, Weapon, Crush. Nice. Is it time to visit a local karaoke place and then do that song now? Invite people or invite friends. Go to like one of those karaoke bars where you can order food and drinks and just like sing and have fun. Okay, all right. Lock it in again. So last we were actually talking earlier in game. It was okay, so Mingo had just came back. So she's like, guys, Spellstar, I presume? I come bearing the Alamegan the Alamegan Resistance's official reply to the request for aid. I see. You have my thanks. Does that mean we can finally make our move? With the assistance of the Alamegans, we soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. But lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conversing its strength thus far, and we have been prepared for severe casualties should its full might be brought to bear. If our lives are on the line, if our lives must be the price of freedom, we will do it willingly. Ugh, to fight for a world or for a future they may not see. Let me be clear. We Alamegans have not forgotten that it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. Even so, the people of Warlit chose to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I only hope they will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment in whatever that may entail. Forgive me, but might we return to the task at hand? First, I would like to discuss the transportation of supplies from Alamigo. This way, if you please. Once again, I prepared to lead an army into Warlit. The irony is not lost on me. It is a cruel twist of fate that these people, so desperate from years of oppression, should turn to their conqueror for salvation. For most of my life, I believe that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind, that only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. And so, I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory, I sought out those with the potential for greatness, without regard for one's birth or circumstance, that they may serve the Empire. But there are those such as Valen who see being born Garlean a virtue in itself, one above all others. I think that a monster such as him should be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails. It makes my blood boil. Valen brings shame upon our homeland, and makes mock of the ideals it once stood. For my hand, he shall pay for his foul crimes, for his milk-drinking behavior. Derogatory. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. There's something I should show you, but not here. Come with me. Yeah, we kind of scarred everyone yesterday, talking about Valen's and his behavior with milk. Oh, you grew up with a girl named Freya? Easily blended hair I've ever seen. Blondus? Oh, blondus. It can't be. Was it like nearly like almost white? That level of blonde? Vivi is not the only one who can hit 9-9 cap. Both Quina and Freya can do it more easily, but he's most easy to play. I would love to like play another team next time, like with I would love to figure out how to like play Freya a little bit better. And I know Quina has like RNG, but I don't know like the other ways to make Quina more powerful. But that'd be really interesting to try. Minecraft karaoke. Noted, I don't do karaoke. I don't know how to sing. I'll be screeching in everyone's ears. Did I miss the trial? You did not miss the trial. We got distracted earlier because we all collectively got distracted because we were watching Colin. I wonder if you can do Steiner minus strike 999 or get close. But it's the difference, right? So he would need like max level health though. You're finishing when you are finished locking in. You can quickly get the fashion leader title. Okay. Just did the vault mental once again ruin after seeing it. Yeah, we were watching it earlier too, and I didn't like put his I didn't put his stream on my stream or anything like that, but most of us were already like in his chat, and I like did a shout out and be like, okay, he's doing it, go watch. Cause we're calling. And yeah, it was definitely a lot. I'm glad he's taking time for himself because, like, I don't know, for some people, especially if it's something that you didn't expect to happen, or like, cause people always say there's calling signs, right? Like calling signs or whatever, like going through the game. Like some people just don't notice, all right? Like I had a weird feeling because everyone was showing up, but otherwise, like I had no clue. I was completely clueless of what was going on. I was like, oh, people are showing up. Okay, that means there's a dungeon, and that was it. Two of my friends named their daughters Freya. Are they both friends as well, or are both your friends who named their daughters Freya friends? Both from Final Fantasy IX. If I get a cat, I may name the cat Vivi. I did not. We did not. Well, I know Freya is a name from like Norse mythology as well. So I definitely understand that like it's a very common name in like Scandinavia, basically, right? If you don't know how to sing, you definitely know how to do karaoke. I've never tried karaoke. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't realize it. If Quina has 1 HP, they can do 9 max damage. That Quinn is the most powerful, but it takes a while to get their skills. Okay. Easily equipped by auto-lifing? Yeah. Okay, one day we'll try it. Freya's a very pretty name. I really like the name Freya. I've also really enjoy like Greek and Roman goddess names too. I think those are really cool, and I think it's also very interesting. And we talked about this before. So this is Shadowbringer spoilers. I mean, we're doing Shadowbringer stuff. But I find it so interesting that a lot of the names that we've encountered so far for the 14th convocation are derived from Greek mythology. And I'm very curious to see the names going forward too. Anyways, that's it. Don't comment on anything else. But anyways, I'm excited about that. I'm excited to see like what's to come and like what other names are out there too. And it's so interesting because, sorry, it's so interesting because like they even kind of like connected in game because like for Azim, right? For like Azim's seat and everything and that title, like there's also Azem in the step, and then also Azama as well. So like this is what Uranger was saying. Uranger was saying that the name is very similar in other parts in different lands, and he wonders and he speculates, like it seems like a very solid speculation that name has been like that name shows up in other places, and that's not a coincidence. So it's just kind of cool. That's it, because it derives from the sun, so that's also cool. Anyways. Not directly. Okay, I see. I've lived with a Fred at uni as well. We've all hung out at conventions and houses, but they just love 9 a lot. I like to think that I do know how to sing, but I've also seen other people believe that and 0 skills. Honestly, I think when everyone is loopy or not sober, it actually doesn't matter how well you sing or how badly you sing, as long as everyone's having a good time and there's food and beverages. Everyone's having it's pretty much all the requirement for karaoke. It's all, yeah, 100% about the vibes. No, milk is not the beverage of choice, okay? Unless you're Valens, then apparently that's your beverage of choice. Okay, so we talked about Valens, and I will do a Valens recap, and I have notes, all right? So we have been taking notes a lot through Shadowbringers. It really started around when we got to Emerald, and we started taking more notes, right? And even a little bit before that too. But I have notes about Valen, okay? We're gonna work on that. I will tell you what it says, and I will give a warning. It is not, it will give a warning as well, because it's very goofy. Notice notes, yes. Okay, all right. Speak with Gaius again. sorry, I gotta lock in. I need to lock in. I'm distracted. So this is... Oh, he's over here. Severa and Gaius again. Why did Ali have to keep... So, okay, so it seems like when Severa said that, like, we have to go after her. We're running out of time, Gaius. We have to go after her. So they know... So Ali did run away. She didn't stay there. Why did Ali have to keep this all a secret? We could have helped her. Ugh, not my son. Sorry, the song. This song. We just heard this song as well. You must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. No, this isn't even my son. This is this actual Volt song. Fine, it's fine. This letter was found in her room. She doesn't have to do this alone, but she thought she did. Dear father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. The thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake, and for the freedom of Warlet, I've decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I've seized this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Please do not try to stop me, father. The days we spent together were the happiest of my life, and no matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. With all my love, Ali. Oh, Ali. She's heading to the 7th Legion stronghold in Warlet. I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. If so, there's no time to waste. We have to mobilize our forces and save Ali and Alphonse. I want nothing more than to save them, but we cannot ask the Warlit revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. And as a capable warrior, as Notice is, if she were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, she would be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. But if we don't do something, Ali and Alphonse are as good as dead. I know Severa, and so did Ali when she wrote that letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. Can you hear me? I'm in Warlet, just outside Castrum Colonum. All hells have broken loose. There was an enormous explosion. Through the smoke and fire, I saw what appeared to be another weapon. At this rate, the entire... Oh no. Confound it. We have lost the signal. This must be what Ali spoke of in her letter. A way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning to do this from the beginning. To bring the weapon project to completion, to use it to free Warlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their own lives. If revolutionaries were to hear a weapon that has been unleashed upon the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between our allies and Imperials. A large force would draw too much attention. The 3 of us should be able to get close enough without it noticing us. Between us, yes, that should work. Between us, we'll find a way to save them. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear, and I shall bear it alone. Rest assured, I have every intention of... Rest assured, I have every intention of making it out alive. Ah! I think... Did Shola say this? I feel like Shola said this earlier. I'm pretty sure Y'shtola has said this before. Hi, Kanzilla. How are you? Generic greeting. I can also occasionally... one day, maybe I'll find a song that, like, my voice is in terms of karaoke, maybe one day I'll find a song that like my voice isn't terrible at doing. That's my only hope. Just one song. This whole family has some serious messed up hero complex. Yeah, it's a lot. They've also lost a lot, so they feel like it is messed up hero complexes. They need to make it out alive. I know they're also like willing to fight for a better future, so that's another part too. But like, they can also do that and also stay alive too. Please. Okay, let's see. Did you find the triad card player? There's a triad card player here? I don't think so. Someone tried to give Valence some Baileys, he spat it out. Ugh, I hate Valence so much. Okay. Anyways, I'm pretty sure your Stola said this before. I'm pretty sure she said, rest assured, I have every intention to making it out alive. I'll have you know, my record of surviving dangerous missions is impeccable so far. I like this one too. This one's good as well. Okay, so maybe this one. I have every intention of making it out alive. My record's pretty good. Maybe I should have done the other one. Very well. I don't think it would have mattered in terms of what dialogue he put out or he said afterwards. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Warlet may yet present itself. We must be first to be allowed to remove the threat of this new weapon. Sebra, have Sid ready the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. So I'm assuming there's one... Probably gonna do a solo instance next, or soon. Meanwhile, sometime earlier? Okay, fine. Sometime earlier in the 7th Legion Warlet's headquarters. Ugh, Valens, get out of my screen! Get off of my computer, get out of my game! Okay. How wonderful it is to see you again, my dear. I was beginning to think that you weren't coming back. Allie is here, isn't she? In my impatience, I've vented my frustration on that brother of yours. I do hope you'll forgive me. Lord Valens, you mentioned before that the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather combat data within their cores. Yes, very good. I see you were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The primals they absorbed and the data they accumulated will serve a singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby before Gaius and his lackeys arrive, Sapphire and Emerald would hand it to the enemy on a silver plate. Those worthless curs failed to meet even my exceedingly low expectations. As detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius's Belsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. Yes, you have done very well. You have done well, my dear. My engineers have already finished feeding it to the diamond weapon. Then all that remains is for me to assume my role as its pilot, and for you to release my brother and the rest of your compatriots. And the rest of our compatriots, as per our agreement. He's not going to do that! He's a filthy liar. Of course. A handful of savage is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the full potential of synthetic Urusite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty before I can even consider entrusting a candidate with one of my creations, and you are everything I desire. I'm honored that you regard me so highly, Lord Valens. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our agreement. I request that the people of Warlet be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. He's not gonna do that as well. We know that he doesn't like non-Garleans or like non-pure-blooded Garleans either. He's gonna say one thing and not do it. My, how very bold of you, and quite astute at that. Yes, I could grant the people of Warlet citizenship if I so desired. Unfortunately, a mere legatist such as myself is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know that the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself, correct? I feel like at some point in Shadowbringers, I feel like Valen's name has definitely come up before. Like, it was either at the end of Stormblood or around, like, some in, like, the cutscenes going back to the source. I feel like Valen's name was definitely mentioned. Once you have taken the throne, one small territory would seem a fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. Emperor Valens? That's so funny. That's funnier than Xenos calling us his first and only friend. I say, for someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Warlet you want, it's yours. I'll soon have no need for this stinking backwater province anyway. I even had to stoop so low yesterday saying, I'm willing to make an alliance, a temporary alliance with Xenos, and I will go on a battle date with him if we can get rid of Valens. If Xenos can get rid of Valens, I will go on a battle date and have a temporary alliance with him. I don't really like Xenos. And what about my brother? Ah, yes. Alwick? Or was it Alfred? Whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I've made special arrangements for him. I want to punch him in the face so badly. He'll be perfectly safe, provided that you uphold your side of the agreement. Excellent. Now, let's get you aboard the diamond weapon, shall we? Ah, one step closer to my coronation. So, I wonder if he was also the other faction as well. Yeah, I feel like this was like the other faction Valens was probably part of, like, in terms of more civil war or civil unrest within Garlemald. This is the moment I've been waiting for. To get control of the diamond weapon. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please. Please forgive me. Oh no, not this music! Initiating the synthetic Urusite system. All sensors activated. So far, so good. Diamond weapon, codename Xenos, commencing activation. Okay, sorry. Fine, we're fine. Everything is fine. She's not gonna oversoul. Allie, do not oversoul. Behold, perfection itself. Melisandria, Recon, and Rex gave their lives. The others may live without fear. Ugh, the Ursite is taking hold. I'm just glad that you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. But you'll have to go on without me. You and Father must work together too. Ugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't be there at your side. This is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The diamond weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. Oh boy. Oh dear. It's surprising that there wouldn't be an override for this then. Gosh. Lowborn filth. If you think your little performance had me fooled, you are sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yes, my lord. Transmitting active deactivation signal. Owie. Ugh. It's not responding. Ha ha ha. That insolent whelp had me worried for a moment. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she'll beg for death. They could have just, like, not. They could have just let her destroy the facility, you know? I don't think this is the end of it. No, I can't let it end like this. Melisandre, Pico and Rex, guide my hand. Alphonse, wherever are you? Lend me your strength. Combat sample ready. Initiating overmind. Overmind? Subject name? Is she just now a mech pilot? Overmind? What is that? So we know what Oversoul is. Oh, wait. Oh, she has control over it. This can't be. It's ignoring the shutdown signal, initiating overmind. But how? But who's... Is it all of her siblings? Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. I don't care how. Stop the thing before it brings down the whole castrum. Oh my gosh. Please. I hope you hit your mark. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. The Ironworks pilot, we gotta go. We gotta go. Okay, hi Sevra. Were it not for you, I suspect Gaius would have ventured into Warlight by himself, with a little bit more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him to take a less rash course. I was unable to save Melisandre, Recon, and Rex. There may be there may yet be hope for Ali and Alphonse. Okay, so things are happening. I hope it did not miss number one. I had to sprint. We gotta go. We gotta go. I hope she didn't miss. But also, shall we review our thoughts on Valens really quickly before we talk to the Ironworks pilot? Yeah, we're like locked in, but just like a small review. Okay. So, small review, because we took notes yesterday, right? I don't think anybody likes Valens. I think we all hate him equally, like, very much, because he's awful, terrible. He's a freak, derogatory. He's a weirdo freak, derogatory, right? And I realized, like, when he drank his milk, I think this is canon. It's my head canon for sure, but honestly, this is probably canon, right? Warning for milk drinkers. I'm so sorry. He's a milk drinker derogatory, by the way. That's number one. I realized that Valens he probably, there's like almost 100% chance that he swishes his milk. You know how people like swish wine in their mouth and they drink it through their teeth or whatever? Valens does that. 100% he does that. You know what else he does? If that wasn't already terrible and awful enough, he definitely gargles his milk too. Because he's a freak like that. And he's awful. And I called his mother a hobgoblin, and also he's a hobgoblin. He's a hobgoblin, alright? Anyways, that's definitely for sure Valen's lore. We've just went over Valen's lore. That's 100% a thing. He peels his grapes before eating. No, we're not gonna insult grape peelers like that. Snorts milk. He snorts milk. I'm tired of a second time. How did it not occur to me his names is like a syllable off from villain? I didn't even think about that either. Valen's villain? Does his father smell like elderberries? Probably. And his mother's a hobgoblin. I'm pretty sure. I do not like milk. This man is my worst nightmare. Elle, I can't believe you got that like random ad last night. I was absolutely howling in chat because I was like, I don't know how you got that. It was so cursed. It was awful to see that. He's not a tragic clown. He's a freak. And we hate him. He's absolutely the worst. I hate him so much. I was saying, like, at the minimum, every ounce of pain and suffering and mental anguish that he's inflicted on others, he needs to have that minimum back to him, but also probably a million times worse. Because that's the bare minimum he deserves. Because he's just so terrible. I hate him so much. He makes Xenos almost look like a saint. Almost. Valens should have been a sock. Wait, no. At all times. If we all got served, not the no. I don't even want it. It was a personal attack. It was a personal attack. And I think you deserve compensation from Instagram now. I think it's really interesting as well because we were talking about like the worst villains we've encountered in 14 so far, and honestly, one of the other worst ones was like we considered Vothri and Asahi, right? So with Vothri though, he was like conditioned by his parents. He was like conditioned by his parents from birth, and it was like, you know, Emmett's scheming and everything. So like I feel a little bit bad for him because he really truly thought he was a god to save people, and he thought like with all that ego, because he's never been told no before, right? That's something that I said really early on, especially when Alfie talked to him the first time. I was like, this man has never had the word no said to him ever in his life, right? So I feel a little bit bad for him because he truly believed it. Asahi is the golden child, and he just hates and abuses and lies. And he hates people. He's jealous of us. He's so jealous. Asahi is so jealous of us. He lies, just bold-faced lies to everyone. Two-faced, like, two-faced, terrible abuser. He killed his own parents. He was so mean to Yotsuyu as well. And, but I will say, like, at the very least, like, he has the golden, like, the reason why is because of the way his parents treated him. And then it further basically enabled him. But Valens? He's just sick and twisted and I hate him. I don't know. He's just terrible. Okay. Once again, we gotta go. This milk swisher. We gotta eradicate him from the storyline, please. I was much more angry yesterday, and I'm sure I'll be angrier later as we continue. Ready to depart? I'll send for Master Gorlan. Yeah, Xenos is just, he's also a freak in a different way though. But not like a freak in Valen's way, but like he just, I don't know. He's a freak in different ways. And I'm assuming maybe he was probably failed in his childhood at some point. But like he needs some boundaries. Like he has boundary issues, okay? Like he stalks us and like thinks of us way too much and we're not consenting. At least I'm not. Some of y'all might, but I'm not consenting. We all expected another weapon to appear sooner or later, but not quite like this. According to Vald, after it finished laying waste to the headquarters of the 7th Legion, it took to the sky. Though it has dealt a massive blow to the Imperial forces, I'm certain that Ali was on board the weapon. It must be halted before she comes to harm, and for that, I need the G weapon and airships to transport it. I see that one thing hasn't changed since your days as the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. I wonder what kind of upgrades we have now. But if this means that the G Warrior has another chance to shine, I'd be happy to oblige. Only this time, rather than having an unceremoniously towed by airships, I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. A dynamic entrance. It's good to see you again, Notice. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina. Sorry. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help the Ironworks. Since she joined the team, our work has come on leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to finally put my knowledge and skills to good use. And as far as I can tell, your target is the diamond weapon, the most powerful of them all. What's worse, its design incorporates all the combat datas and abilities of the other weapons, making it more formidable than those you encountered before. Thankfully, we've had time to prepare for such an occasion. Would you care to elaborate? Let me put it like this. Thanks to Avelina's tireless dedication, the G Warrior has been reborn. Reborn, you say? But there will be time to explain more on the way. Come, the Enterprise is waiting. Exactly, Moon. Nero, also jealous, but is also not a weirdo, a weird milkman. I don't know. Instead, he's just a diva. Okay, like Nero is just truly a diva, and I'd rather somebody just channel their energy into that. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh, it's a flying mech. This is wild. We were saying this yesterday. It's so Gundam. Like, this entire Trial Series is so Gundam, and I think I'm like inspired to watch Witch from Mercury, to getting back into the series again, because I watched one when I was a lot younger, and like I kind of like, we might end up having like a watch party to do Witch from Mercury after we finish this series eventually. But also this remix, this Ultima remix, very impressive, but may I ask what purpose it serves? Since our objective is to rescue the pilot, we've added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We've come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, the G-Warrior has been reborn. I present you the G-Savior! The G-Savior! Oh my gosh, the platform! Oh my gosh, wait, are we gonna battle on the platform? Are we gonna battle on the platform? Oh man, this music's really good too. It's so... Huh. Does the music even have like, kind of like, I don't know why, it kind of gives a little Gundam, right? Just a little bit. It kind of gives a little like Gundam like theme, like music vibes too. It's like very dramatic, it has a lot of flair to it. Sid is for sure like, yes, 100% G-related stuff. You gotta watch it. I have to watch it. I'm gonna watch it. We're definitely gonna watch Wish for Mercury. Yesterday everyone told me there's a prelude? Prologue, sorry. Sorry, there's too many words. There's a prologue and there's 2 seasons of 12 episodes, right? Yes. Prologue, that's what the word is. Dubiously canon Canadian live action gun that exists. It doesn't actually have the word Gundam in the script. That's wild. Yeah, okay, we got it. Mecha time, it's mecha time. Honestly, I freaked out yesterday when we were fighting in the G Warrior. It's so cool. This is so, I understand why this is like optional as well, but I feel like there's bits and pieces where it definitely like it's really cool to kind of like tie back into the story, but there's also definitely just like fun fan stuff. Clearly, like devs being fans of fans of Gundam in general, and like being able to pour it and connect it into the game is really funny. G Savior. Yes, Duin. I was we were linked that yesterday at Anime Expo. He was a huge Gundam fan, and the series proves this. It's so fun. It's so random. A random feeling. We get to pilot Gundams now. I love it though. I love that G Savior ended up actually like transforming as well. Sid, is this Final Fantasy? Maybe. It's been fun also seeing the other Sids and the other Final Fantasies as I play too. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Sorry, because we just finished 9. 9 is fantastic, by the way. But like, we just finished 9, and Sid is in that one too. G Warrior. Okay. Asahi hates us. He tries so hard to be noticed by Xenos, but Xenos only cares about us. Yes. Drinks directly from the mug, then throws a handful of wheat in his mouth, and then sipping the bowl. I hate that. I don't like that at all. Honestly, anything Valens does is wrong. Like, it doesn't matter what he does, it's just wrong. He's just chaotic neutral. I could see that. I hate Valens so much though. Okay, anyway, sorry. Gotta lock in. I gotta walk in. Yoshipi's a big Gundam fan. I like, it's so cool. I have to move my router one day, but I ended up buying the white Gundam router. So the router in my house, or my apartment, not my house, my apartment is the Gundam one, and I want to put it back on my shelf later. What part of this? Wait, Shanks, is this potentially spoilers? Where are you in the game? We might end up doing a random roll to see who is available, by the way, Kume, just as a heads up, all right? Returning and got to Endwalker. Okay, so Shanks, this is side content. I don't want to spoil anything from you, but essentially it's side content that you should do in the trial series for Shadowbringers. That's what we're doing currently. I'll send you. You'll send me a Gunpla, really? Okay, Hildy, we were talking about this yesterday. I was saying like whenever we watch and finish Wish for Mercury, maybe that'll be my first Gunpla. It'd be really cool. Hi Oni, how are you? Also hi Kume. Just a returner. Let's go back really quickly. Yes, optional series, the optional trial series at the moment. Thank you everyone for helping. I'm surprised they didn't have 5 of the orphans form one big mech. That'd be really cool though. And it would have just reminded me of like Power Rangers though. And I love that Power Rangers is in this game basically. The Sunshine Warriors? The Sunshine Warriors, that was my first year playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I have a pink Mighty Morphin out like Halloween costume, and I wore it I think I wore it like the same day I ended up doing the, I wore it the same day I ended up doing the quest for it, and it was so funny. You're doing MSQ and crafting? I got some yes, absolutely. Yeah, in Shadowbringer, so like if you've already done Endwalker, you have access to all of this. If you ever get a chance to go back and go through them. I think a lot of these right now, if you're I think they're Mog Tome ones, right? Are these quests on the Mog Tome ones? Because I think they are, and that means you just get a little extra stuff. Yeah, exactly, Kume. It's so cool. The cult is assembled. I need to finish my pile of kits before I end up picking which Mercurial one. Maybe we'll have to just do them all together one day. Maybe we'll have one stream where we do Gunpla stuff, and everyone who's behind or needs to paint stuff we can work on together. It was kind of the moment where I stopped loving Saturday morning cartoons. I have very fond, distinct memories from them. I loved Digimon. I liked Pokemon as well. I liked Pokemon. I liked Digimon. I watched Power Rangers a lot of cartoons. Gotta work. Oh, okay. Yes, it's good to decompress though. We're just being silly and enjoying the themes here. Okay, so the pilot. Sorry, let me lock in. If you're heading to Turncliffe, just say the word. No, you're good. Let me talk to everyone. While you and Gaius deal with the diamond weapon, I'll be doing my best to aid Vald's safe return from Werlet. Hopefully he's taken advantage of the chaos to make good his escape. You're off to save Melisandre's foster siblings, Alphonse and Allie, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. Okay, it's only Overmind. She did not oversoul, so therefore, like, the core didn't fuse with her. If it's Overmind, potentially she should be okay. Alright. We'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worse, I'll be ready to intervene. Once again, Sid and his engineers have proven precisely what we require before we even knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we have Gaius? Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Notice handles the various armaments. Agreed. I mean, I guess Gaius has technically piloted an Ultima before, so there will be little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. Oh! Sorry. Oh my gosh. I thought we were gonna have a solo instance before we go in. It seems the controls are the same as the previous iteration, though it has been some time since I last piloted War Machina of Elegant Origin. Lack of practice is no excuse for failure. Sit on his shoulders? Wait, there are some in the Gundam series, there are some Gundams that they end up having two pilots, right? Right? Yippee, we did it! I don't know, I liked both. I liked Pokemon and Digimon for different reasons, but I can definitely see why some people might not like Pokemon. Oh, the music here is so good. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the... Actually, let me TP back to Porta. I guess it's free if I end up going back. I'm drawing a blank, but probably. Okay, so it is definitely a thing. Technically isn't a Gundam. I know there's technically the term Gundam even is already like, it's particular, right? I know it's not like an all-encompassing thing, even though that's what I use it. It's more like, well, I guess we can just call it a mech. Like, there can be mechs that have two pilots, right? Mobile suits, mobile suits. I don't think they did Gundam unless it was Thunderbolt. Okay, we shall learn more in time. Alright, shall we potentially maybe do a random draw for this one? Just to make it most fair? So if anybody would like to join for... What is this? Which one is this called? Let me see. This one is Trial Cloud deck. Okay, so if anybody would like to join for the cloud deck, could you do !join into the chat, and it will compile all the names, and we can essentially will help us randomize and pick people to join us for it, and also I can get a head count basically of who is interested. All right. Did you clear the old one first? The old one? Hi everyone. Thanks for joining. Turned out all that stuff in its head because it looks like it's a tiny little god. Oh, there's a lot of this series that I don't really know yet, but I'm definitely down to get back into more, like I guess some of the newer stuff and maybe go backwards to enjoy some of the older ones. From Digimon Tamers. Oh yeah, I remember Digimon Tamers. I really like that one. Okay. I really like the Digimon movie too. It was really good. Okay, alright. So let me read this. Intelligence from Warlit indicates that a previously unknown weapon is lying waste to the 7th Imperial Legion's headquarters, though it seems improbable that the War Machina could turn against its creator. A letter left by Ali reveals her intentions to commandeer the weapon and rescue her brother, Alphonse, from the Imperials. Together with Gaius and Sid, you formulate a strategy not only to destroy, but to capture the rampaging machine before any harm can come to its pilot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, look down here. The whole platform. What's gonna happen? I don't know. We'll see. We'll go into it and we're gonna see what happens. I'm really excited and nervous too. Okay. I will do the head count. So I see Hildy, Win, Gnome, Saray, Kume, Popcorn, Idolak, Nightmare, Kexing, Ali, Kiwi, Cam. Those are the people on the list before I draw. If you did not hear your name, ! Join. And then I also will need to play an ad before we end up queuing in, but I'll make sure to gather everyone and everyone gets ready and rolls. I'll probably end up playing White Mage. That's my preferred class and role. Or job and role. Okay. All right. Ready? All right. I see Ali, Yilda, Popcorn. We got Kume, Cam, Saray, and Kexing, right? So, wait. Popcorn. Wait, Yilda. Okay, let me start from the top. Okay. Kume, Ali, Yilda. And Kexing, Cam, Saray. Where's Cam? Ali. Wait, sorry, I'm trying to think. Cam, Saray. Saray's over here. Saray's over here. I need Kexing over here too. And then old list. I see. I picked up the wrong cup. Straight vodka? Are you okay? You just was it a large sip or hopefully just a tiny sip? That's just a cup of vodka is so funny. Okay. Cam, Popcorn. Okay, Kexing and Cam. You're both on my friends list, so give me a sec. That is rough. That is rough. Just that straight vodka on the desk. Okay. There you are. Kexing, when you get online, can you either DM me or I'll refresh my friends list, okay? Okay, I'll be right back. We're gonna play an ad real quick. We're gonna play an ad real quick, and everyone can figure out what roles you want to play. All right, because I'm playing healer, and that's all I want. Okay. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Get up, stretch, get food. We are gonna be doing this mine, by the way. This is a mine attempt because just for the challenge, for funsies, you know. We can't have 3 healers, so you all will need to. There you are. You all will need to figure out who is going to heal. I'm so sorry. I love this. This is so cute. All my Lalas over here just doing hum and being cute. So good. I'm also gonna stand up here and do hum. Okay, I'll see you all in a little bit. BRB. Ad break time. Look at all my Lalas! If we can't speak, we shall hum! This sword, you actually might be able to. It, like, luckily sometimes, like, when you're already on Ether, sometimes you'll be able to sneak in here and there. But also, Visceral, I hope you're doing well. Where did Elmo get those? What did you all yell earlier? Elmo, throw them into the abyss! Elmo, throw them into the abyss! Hi, Nina. I hope you are enjoying time with Dima right now, because you're reunited. It's the only class I know that can spam rise. We should be fine. It'll be fine. Denied? At least you're on ether though. Hopefully eventually like space will open up here and there. Did I miss diamond? No, you did not miss. Well, the diamond drawing has already happened. You had a laundry emergency. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevlar. We'll probably end up doing diamond again in the future. Just so, what's my brain trying to say? Yeah, we'll probably end up doing diamond again in the future because I'll probably need to learn the mechanics. Hi, Nina! Okay. Let me check chat, party chat. Okay, we got 2 healers, we got 2 tanks, we got a bunch of friends. We got 2 rezzers as well. Cam, do you wanna play or can you play a shield healer? Missed the drawing? Oh, I'm sorry. It happened before my break. Thank you. It's okay. I'll probably die a bajillion times, so it'll make you feel better. Okay, let me move this over here. Let me do a ready check. If anybody is BRB, we can wait for a little bit. But how was your evening, by the way? Infinity and Beyond? Taking a class about space and physics that are like the universe infinite, but also bigger. How does infinity get bigger? Good point. Good point. Good point. How does infinity get bigger? And beyond? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that. Cam, are you good? Oh, ready? Okay. We are going to be doing this mine as well. Okay, Cloud Deck. Do I need to look behind me? Is my question. Will I need to look behind me? Oh, true. You add 1 plus infinity and it does get bigger. You're right. True. So true. Okay. All right. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything will be great. Nothing's wrong. I hope everyone uses your second chance points. I have not done my Wondrous Tales. Okay, I believe in us. It'll be fine. We'll be fine. Question mark? We're in the sky. Ooh. The diamond weapon. Mark 1 anti-icon war machina. Target in sight. Pin it down with salvo. Oh my gosh. Threat detected. Returning fire. Familiar. Wait, familiar male voice? Familiar male voice. I wonder if it's like the Overmind is all of her siblings. It is really cool looking. Okay, this is like really cool though. Oh my gosh. I feel like there's gonna be multiple phases, surely. We're just gonna be fighting it from the platform? Okay, it just kicked a missile. Oh, this platform is way smaller than I thought. Okay, I'm following you, right? Who knows how to do this? Who am I following? This is way smaller than I thought it was. Okay, all right. would not follow a tank. Who am I following then? Who knows how to do this? I know how to do it. But you didn't win. Ooh. Wait, that's not Allie. It can't be. Is Alphonse in it? Why do we have a second platform? Time for my next trick. Containment field. Oh, we can cross over. Can we? No, maybe not. I don't want to touch this. Oh, you can't cross over. You can't. Okay. Melisandria, grant me your strength. Oh, it's a countdown. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Kexing. I'll res first. 3. Uh-oh. You made it just in time. Okay. Diamond Wraith. Ooh, don't be near the tanks. Don't be near the tanks. Three. Okay, so it's the countdown sometimes is not always gonna be. Our dream? Oh, it's really cool, but scary. True face of diamond weapon. Oh, it's knockback. This is knockback, right? Oh, you can get knocked back to the other side? Uh-oh. Stay sharp. It's probably gonna jump to this side, isn't it? No, no, no! Outrage? Ooh, I don't like this. Oh, that's so wild! That's so cool, but so scary looking. That was really, that's so, like, it kind of gives, like, Predator, right? A little bit. Oh, down the middle. Ooh, okay. Oh, we're gonna need to probably go. Oh, I'm too close. That was too close. Wow, that was way too close. Xenomorph vibes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. I will. Did you share? No, you shared it. You shared it. Where I sat was good too, yay! Don't share tank busters, silly. Restoring armor? Okay, so back in the armor. This is a really cool fight, though. Don't worry, Allie. I'll keep you safe. Is he in it? Sorry to keep you waiting. The repairs should keep it airborne now? Ooh, ooh, oh. Okay, they're both on that side. Jackson! 3, 2, 1. Can I even... I don't think I can reach you unless I go over there. You get back on your own. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm thinking I have to... Okay, Emma's on the other side. Okay, can I go back? Can I get a res on our healer? Oh dear. Sorry. Wait, Cam's on the other side! Oh no. Okay. Oh, wait, no! No, Cassie's gonna die over there. Oh, this is very chaotic. No, where is there? Okay, okay, we're good. We're good. We're fine. I want to go back to where my main tank is. Oh, thank goodness everyone's on the same side again! Oh, no. Okay, Allie is rezzing. Oh, it's following, it's following. I see, I see. Who is jumping off? Okay, now we can go on the other side because it's gonna go back, right? No, 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 it's gonna... Okay. It's gonna shift over. Oh! Okay. Do I have res, though? I don't have res. Oh my gosh. Wait, no, 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 no. Can I res Allie? I can, okay. I'm not keeping up with my lilies! Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything. We're recovered now. We're fully recovered. We're not sharing. We're not sharing. That's not how that works. Tanks go the other side? Yeah, okay. No, you don't share. You're not allowed to share like that. Okay, I'm so sorry for everyone else. But like, Kexing will try to eat your tank busters. This is nothing on you. Oh! Oh my gosh. He's gonna eat that. How many? I guess you're feeding me lilies. Oh! Oh, okay. I'm going to the other side. Wait. That's not my job anymore, Torres. It's not my job, Torres, anymore. Okay, we did it. We're fine. The containment field won't hold. I will say there's a lot of dialogue that I ended up missing, though. So I need to read back some of it. Was that Alphonse? Who was that? But maybe it wasn't Alphonse. Maybe it was... It's his familiar voice. Maybe it was her brother's, though. What was that? Maybe... Okay, it had to have been her brother's. We did it! You can fall off of these. Thanks for having me, Gratz. No problem. Sorry, everyone. If there's anybody who has not played with Kexing before, it happens. Like, don't be... It's not your fault that you can't res that. It could be backup res. Thanks, I appreciate the backup reses. Sharing is carry. We're not sharing... No, we're not sharing tank busters. That's not happening. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. Bori knows how to do it, but he's outside just humming. I should have taken Bori and Yami in. Hi, Terry. I should have taken Terry in, too. Hi, Sora. So basically, don't go wherever, go the opposite way Kexing is going. They have a case of Tank Buster at, yeah, they are, like, if they don't take a Tank Buster, we have so many Lalas. Oh my gosh, we have 4 Lalas? Man, this is so good. We have 4 Lalas. Wait. Where's my joy? I don't know how to tell you this, Notice, but Kexing actually did share some of those tank busters. Oh, I know. He actively followed you in order to share tank busters. And that was why, when he died, I was like, you know what? That's how it be. The auto hit both the high aggros in a line as well, right? Love those designs. The Gundam Stardust? The Gundam Starbust Dust Memory? If one tank dies, the DPS cries. I was on the second aggro a few times. Yeah, exactly, Kume. Exactly. We had 2 red mages to do double reses, and then I was trying my best. I think I did okay. It was just like a couple of times where I could have healed a little faster, but I don't know. I didn't die miserably like the first one. Well, the first one was really rough for me. I just couldn't get it, but it was still fun though. We did the thing, everyone. Congrats. Targeted more often than the boss. That's fine. My death is to soak this tank fast. How many times did you die? Caxing, how many times? Did you keep count? Because I stopped keeping count. And I was like, if you're not in reach of my lilies, that's your problem. That's not my problem anymore. If I can't give you a lily, I can't force feed you a lily. 4 to 6, yeah. 6 to 8, yeah, that sounds right. How many tank busters were there? You were trying to chase after me with one of the shared AoEs too. Yes. How many tank busters? Yes. All right. Honestly, if you could have Vuln stacks, I thought you were like, if there were Vuln stacks in this, which I don't think there were that many that you could stack. I was wondering how many you were gonna try to take, or how many you were gonna try to collect. Proper marker busters, just one, I believe, but a lot of flares. Okay, we did it. Let's go, everyone. There's so much dialogue actually that I need to also go through. Like over here, right here. Threat detected, returning fire, containment field won't hold. Yeah, a lot of this over here didn't even, like, I wish they would show like the little text boxes and bubbles, but unfortunately it did not. And that's some of the dialogue that I ended up missing, sadly. I did not use Ethereal Shift once because I was afraid. No Jeepos? Nah, we're okay. I consider flares busters. Yeah, I would too. Ooh, okay. Thank you for joining, everyone. I appreciate you. Let's talk to Gaius. I think he'll, honestly, it said familiar voice, but I think Gaius recognizes who the voice is. So let's talk to him. I'm sure there was more hints throughout the dialogue too. We must reach Diamond Weapon before the Imperials. And I hope Diamond Weapon is okay. So that was the other half of like containing Diamond Weapon too. That was really, like, I didn't expect a second platform. Oh, is this Warlit? In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some signs of the 7th Legion here. It appeared the diamond had already been taken them out of the equation. I pray we're not too late. This music. I'm fearing. I fear for the worst, unfortunately. It's massive. And it was massive on the platform too. Allie wasn't there. But did the overmine? Can we heal her? Let me heal her. Please let me heal her. Allie. Her eyes. They're not purple. Oh no. You can heal her! Wait, let me heal her! She's okay? She's okay, okay. Please Please take her back to Turncliffe. I have some unfinished business to attend to. It's gonna be Valen. Is it Gaius versus Valen? He's gonna get taken out so quick, though. Well, Gaius is also injured, so... Okay. We're gonna heal her. We're gonna take her back. It's gonna be okay. Is there something... Someone else nearby? I know it has to be Valen, though. He was quick to recognize it. Now to learn what became of Alphonse. Is he in there with her? Was it double? No. It's not. No, this is... Oh, to learn what became of Alphonse, as in like what Valen did, because we have not seen him since he was in jail. If you have a score to settle, now is your chance. Show yourself. Why is he still alive? Come to gloat, have you? Come to gloat, have you, Gaius? It's not over yet. You certainly have an instinct for self-preservation. I would not expect nothing less from the coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak of me being me of ambitions? You're the one who stood in my way at every turn. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine. He sounds like a child who wants a toy. Enough of your Sorry, that's kind of wonderful. Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Delusions of grandeur is fantastic. It's a wonderful phase. Gaius versus the milkman. Derogatory. I hate him so much. I think whether Alphonse is alive or not, I know he's going to say something sick and twisted in order to provoke Gaius, I feel like. Heh. And now he's just laughing. He's giggling now. Why? He's right in front of you. He didn't turn into... What? Once you hear the answer, you'll be kicking yourself for not realizing it sooner. Did he turn Diamond Weapon? Did he make Alphonse into Diamond Weapon? Is that what he's trying to do with the last one? The last guy? Is that why it reacted to Allie? You see, in all the previous models, the combat data was either incomplete or unstable in some way, making the performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Rather than using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. It turns out that that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. None but the great Lord Valens could conceive such a marvel. War crimes. This is just war crimes and actually like crimes against humanity. Stop giggling, Valens. No one likes you. And to think that Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find he'd really become part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she envisioned, but I'm sure she was grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might also explain why Overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister, a fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand disobedience. That such atrocity should continue unabated is proof that rot has spread through the Empire. Your crimes are an affront to not only Garlemald, but all of mankind. And now you will die. Finally, it's time! Are we gonna fight as him? Oh, maybe not. Honestly, I would love a cutscene. Have you forgotten, Gaius? I've seen your data. I know your every move. Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, just like you. One shot? Ooh. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh. Termus S. But this isn't in my data. I'm so happy we can just watch this. Wait, it's whirring up. Is diamond weapon recognizing? Reactivating synthetic Urusite system. Oh, over mine Alphonse! Oh! They're gonna finish this. This can't be. How is it still functional? He literally put a soul in it, basically. Removing memory in inhibited. Sorry. Why can't I say the word? Inhibitors. Sorry. Removing memory inhibitors. I mean, honestly, I said what I said earlier. Oh, Alphonse. Oh, it's all of them. Even the names of those you sacrificed in your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me, Gaius? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquest? I don't think he ever said that he was better than him. I do not deny the blood spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. This is why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I commit from being repeated. Oh my gosh. You can't do this to me. I'm Valence. Better than Gaius? All their memories. Alphonse? Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dreams fulfilled. This I swear. I only ask that you, Melisandre, Recon, and Rex watch over me. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Allie. Watch over her in my stead. Father, I cannot go on like this. Please. I understand. Thank you. I'm proud to call... I knew that song would come back. I knew the song would come back. Does anybody have what Alphonse said at the very end? I read it kind of slow. I know he was saying basically he's like proud to be his son, right? Does anybody have the direct quote? No, the song! I'm proud to call myself your son. Thank you. Oh, the rain as well. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. And then, like, guys, having to end it, it was, he needed to do this. We needed to go and help Allie, but, like, he needed to end this arc. This, not saga. This act to his legacy. Oh my gosh, all the people, all the memories as well. All the people that were getting their revenge on Valens. They deserved it. And also, so much horror in that. Like his facial reactions and everything. They deserved it. They deserved to get any little bit of revenge that they could. I swear, I need like a stockpile of tissues every time I play this game. The hit, like, got hands. It does have hands. The Trial Series does have hands. And like, also like it not being voiced either. At the very end, Alphonse. I don't know. It's just like, I'm just thinking about like how Valens thought that it was his master plan to put Alphonse's mind into it, but ultimately, very luckily, it saved Allie. It saved one of them. And I guess also Gaia saying that, like, you know, he's gonna make sure that their dreams come true. At this point, I feel like, especially with the resistance, the Warlit resistant fighters, they'll be able to free the city. One less territory for the Garleans. Oh. I still want to fight back. It's not a puppet. Like, even, like, because the reason why it didn't work before is because he called Xenos a beast, right? A ravenous beast, and that's why it was going to, like, essentially, like, it wasn't gonna work with, like, other pilots. So him putting an overmind into it to essentially, like, balance or counteract Xenos and everything, very luckily it worked against him. His grand plan was also his undoing. Yes, absolutely. Welcome to Fieldsbringers. Thank you. I've been welcomed so many times into Fieldsbringers. So many times, Fieldsbringers. Welcome to the sorrow of Warlet. But wait, you all told me yesterday Warlet means sorrow, right? Ugh. It's a plorable villain, absolutely. He deserved his ending. A sound effect. just to not be M-rated. They had to do it so it wouldn't be M-rated though. So it's roughly translated into the ending Yellow Death. Okay, thank you, by the way. Thank you. I was kind of wondering what it meant, but that makes sense. Thank you for translating that part. Burn his milk. Words I thought I would not be saying today. That was not on my bingo card. Burning milk was not on my card today. Elle, should we post in Discord? Should we post in chat about what you were linked to yesterday, or what you were shown yesterday? If somebody milk related. We have to finish this. We have to keep going. It's not over yet. We have to talk to everyone. Oh, there's more people here though. There's another resistance fighter over here. Well, did I talk to them before? Maybe. I don't think so. The full title of the questline is Sorrow of Warlet. Okay, thank you. Warlet's the name of the area. Okay, they're fine. It's just devastating. It's just, I don't know, it's just really upsetting and devastating that, like, one more life was needed in order to finally stop him. I mean, it's better than him becoming the Emperor. Imagine if Valens became the Emperor, okay? I'm willing to do a lot of things to stop that. None that I do know, and none that I want to. Yeah, it's unhinged. It's very unhinged. It's nothing like, yeah, definitely not gross or disgusting or anything. Okay. It has been some time since we last heard from Gaius. I think he probably just needs some time, right? I mean, that's a lot. Like, aside, like once again, like, him not denying his past and realizing what he's done and everything like that, but then also, like, there's a lot of, like, survivor's guilt on both of their shoulders now, that they have to live with for the rest of their lives. And I really hope that Allie is okay, because her eyes were, like, white when she came out of the thing. So we really need to figure out, like, if she's back to normal, if she's recovered. Like, I have no clue what happened to her. Okay, let's talk to Sevra. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens and the weapon project are no more. Seeing the opportunity that Warlet revolutionaries have taken control over the city, though they still suffered considerable losses, they have at least gained their freedom. And even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all we've ever known. We might not ever be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have survived this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void in me that can never be filled again. In the years since, I have struggled to find a purpose, a reason to keep on living. It's the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. He's actually saying it out loud now. Duty in the Sky with Diamond. Oh my gosh, what? That's the name of- is this the name of the role that's playing in the city? And love you shall find. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. We can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. Oh my gosh. Just like, I don't know, just like the metaphors of like burden and everything. It happens very often in the game. It happens in Dark Knight and over here too, but like that's a really good that's a really good quote as well. You can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. It never gets lighter. They were so happy. They deserve so much better than this. Forever at your side. Severa is concerned for Allie's well-being. I really hope Allie and there was, I'm trying to remember her name. Her sister's friend, Allie, no, Avelina and Allie can maybe be friends. I don't know. Okay, so Severa is concerned for Allie's well-being. Oh, this is so sad. The recent events in Werlet have had a profound impact on the lives of many. Many people, but none more so than Allie. She's been in a state of shock ever since she returned. We've been called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see? There's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what's caused Allie to close herself off like this. For the time being, all we can do is wait. Ah, there is one other thing. Avelina came by looking for you earlier, so perhaps you could go see her? The new monument. Is it true that she oversaw its construction? Oh yeah, I forgot. I nearly forgot why Avelina came at the beginning in the first place. We met her today, and she wanted to make a new monument to like commemorate everyone who unfortunately has been conscripted, to remember everyone who's like been lost to them, whether they've found another life or have come back or anything like that. Oh my gosh. Hi Kiwi. Kiwi, I didn't expect for this trial series to be Gundam Heartbreak. Gundam Heartbreak. That was not my guess at all when we were gonna do this. When everyone reminded me like, oh wait, you remember you have to help Gaius. Notice, go help Gaius. Go help Gaius with the thing. With Ultima. I was like, okay. I didn't realize it was gonna be Gundam Heartbreak. Okay. Where's Avelina? What kind of food did you eat though? Did you bring back food for the rest of us? We also need food, please. Oh, it's over here. Oh, it's over here. Overlooking the sea. Is the sapphire still over here? No, they cleared it. Oh. Oh no, with like the sun setting, looking over this view, seeing the monument. Thank you for coming to meet me. I'm glad to see that you've none the worse for your experiences. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. The song. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be a part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifice that was made. You're always kind to me, and now it's my turn to do the same for others. Evelina is absorbed in prayer. Now would be a good time to return to Sevra. We're gonna let her take her time there. The song is even more heartbreaking the more and more you listen to it. I hope all is well with Evelina. Actually, while you were speaking with her, I received word that Gaius will be here soon. Perhaps in time, Ali will return to some semblance of her former self. I wish to see Ali. Would you send for her? Oh. Her eyes. Ali. Ugh. Does she even recognize me? At first, we thought the weapon's influence has caused this, but it seems there's more to it than that. The Kyurgans say that this is more like the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. Okay, I'm sure maybe we can potentially bring this up later, but like, I wonder if, I don't know, this is her mind more than her soul, perhaps? But I was thinking and wondering if, you know, Alize and her soul rejuvenating, like, techniques could help, maybe? Wait, maybe the memories? That Alphonse? She bombarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens had used the synthetic Urosite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. And that was the voice that was talking to us. Or, like, saying things to save her. Then she was bombarded. Then, when she bombarded the diamond weapon, she finally learned the horrible truth. I've never heard of anything so cruel. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, paths became fused with the weapon's core, so how was Ali able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But all that pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? No, this is not the end of their story. I taught them the strong must lead the weak. The absolute power corrupts the absolute power corrupts absolutely. And those who suffer at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and the oppressed, where all may live as equal. Thanks to his sacrifice, that of his siblings, the cornerstones of such a nation have been laid. Melisandre, Rico, Rex, Alphonse, Ali. They risked everything to win the freedom of Werlit. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear, as their father. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Werlit has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be working alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I only regret it if I don't. And while nothing I do can bring back the ones I've lost. I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Times change, people change, and it's just as well. We inventors should soon find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. If you need for my creations, just say the word. I wonder if Nero and Gaius will ever reunite. You know, Gaius, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years. But what would be the point? What's done is done. There is one thing, though. If anyone can get through to Ali, it's you. She looks up to you the same way I did as a boy. Don't give up on her. Oh. And also, it's just like so sad. Like, the other part is like, Sid told us this earlier, but like, he really resented Gaius for not standing up and like helping his father. When like Solus was going after them and everything. So. It's taken me a long time, too long, but I finally found a reason to live for the present, for the future. Ellie. I would not have made it this far without my constant companions, Vald and Severa. In fact, I believe she has a few words to share with you. Oh, boarded, not bombarded. Okay, I did not read that right. When she boarded Diamond, or like the Diamond. Got it. You have PF Chang's spicy chicken? That sounds really good. And then banana roll, which is banana slices, and deep fried? That sounds really good. If it's a Gundam reference, it's not hitting you with heavy feels. It better be a G reference. This game. Oh. Shadowbringer's themes of bearing unbearing burdens shines through in every aspect of Shadowbringers down to the class quest. I love Dark Knight so much. I love the Dark Knight class quest. Like, even as a white mage main, I did the level 80 quest first out of all the quests that were available. It's so good. How are we doing? Just emotional. It's a lot. This song makes me sad now. Like, hearing this song, it's changed me. Like, Eternal Wind, this song and Eternal Wind have there's more context to them now. Lurking to try to cure depression in 4 minutes. Okay, no problem. Good luck with your meeting. The banana has caramelized drizzled on them and a scoop of ice cream. You ate really good. Was the fried chicken good though? Nothing beats Panda's orange chicken. Honestly, if I get Panda, I like the teriyaki chicken, and I like getting, okay, so my order at Panda, I get lo mein, half veggies. I get teriyaki chicken. I get usually teriyaki chicken. I'll usually get the mushroom chicken because I want more veggies. And sometimes I'll get the honey walnut shrimp. Sometimes I'll get sometimes the honey walnut, sometimes the orange chicken. Just depends on what they have, what's fresh looking. And if I want to spend extra money on honey walnut. It's definitely more Gundam than Eva. Welcome to the "In Love You Shall Find" "In Love You Shall Find" song depression club. It's what is this song? I asked when we got the orchestrion roll, I was like, is it this song? Is it "And Love You Shall Find"? Is it this song? Was it like a fried chicken? Or was it like a stir-fried chicken? Okay, alright. Gotta lock in again. For all my life, I've been searching for a place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside looking in. But I realized if I can't find one, we just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up, and neither will I. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. Severa, as sad as her backstory is, she's so much healthier, like, mentally than Livia. And I like, as cruel as Livia was, I still feel a little bad for her too. Like, you know, like her being an orphan and like essentially just clinging to somebody else for like comfort and guidance and stuff. Well, okay, there may be more to the backstory that I actually don't know, but at least from what I understand right now. But we'll go back to, we'll backtrack in the future, and though. But anyways, I do feel bad for her. But yeah, there's not a lot of people that I don't feel bad for. The shorter list of like who I don't feel bad for is much easier than who I feel bad for. Okay. For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. But before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am that you chose to stand with us until the end. I hope we'll meet again one day. I hope so. I hope we get to see Severa in the future. I must admit, the thought of returning to Warlit fills me with apprehension. As a half Garlean and a former Imperial soldier, it won't be easy to gain acceptance. But if they're willing to turn to Gaius of all people for help, anything's possible. All this time, I've been trying to convince myself that Gaius was every bit the villain I imagined him to be. The ruthless subjugator of nations, evil made flesh. But while many who fought under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realize now that Gaius was driven by his own notion of right and wrong, misguided as they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish only strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance to set right the wrongs he had committed, to become the man his children believe him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. And even though they're no longer with me, I want to become someone they would be proud of. Now I too have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, and neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet people of Werlich, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them the strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray. No, pray. Go in peace, my friend. I want to go back really quickly, and I want to see if she's, like, still praying over there. It's so pretty here! Why is this a solo instance? Now that the weapons project has come to an end, I'm searching for a way that I can use my engineering skills to help others. I'm sure the same technology used to build War Machina can be used for more peaceful ends. Do you want a job? We can potentially get you a job at Ironworks. I think they'd be thrilled to have another engineer. Though we were brought together under strange circumstances, Vald, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. Oh, the kids! Well, here they are. No, well, here they are. And who might these charming young men be? They were found in the 7th Legion's headquarters, in one of the few areas they escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intention. Do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We mean you no harm. Oh no. Is it because he's Garlean? Would they be afraid? That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Belsar, and like Valens van Varos, I was once a legatus of the Garlean Empire. Though I believe I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. Pray forgive me, I do not mean to scare you. If you lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Oh, they're so scared. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and finally, victory was theirs. But it came at a terrible price. As their father, I still struggled to come to terms with their sacrifice, and yet, they have entrusted the future to me, and will stop at nothing to see their dreams fulfilled. Even so, there's only so much one soldier can achieve by himself. I would be honored to have your support in the days to come. He's not the best at talking to kids. He talks to soldiers more often than kids, to be honest. At ease, lads. He's not as scary as he looks. If he steps out of line, he'll have to answer to me. No, he'll have me to answer to. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the Kyurgens look them over and find a place for them to stay. I was wondering where the other ones were, because there was more! There's so many of them! It seems the time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I myself can scarcely believe that we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? If those who grasp the reins of power are said to be the strong, then those who lack such power therefore be weak, for better or for worse. However, we are far more complex creatures than that. I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us. Strength of character, of spirit, of resolve. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome enemy adversary, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. It seems I will have to summon all resolve I can muster if I'm to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Warlit is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of and more. For the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with the Alamegan Resistance, whose role in revolution cannot be understated. That reminds me, if you're passing by Porta Praetoria, the soldiers stationed there will wish to hear your version of events. Please give them my regards. I hope that when our paths cross again, I will have glad tidings to share with you until next we meet. Oh, I hope Allie gets better. But he does need to give Allie the memories, though. That's one of the things he promised. Let's keep going. It's a little heavy. Is this the end of it? Welcome back. Welcome back, Notice. Congratulations on another hard-earned victory. Ever since we first heard the news, I've been dying to hear how it all unfolded. So you can tell me about... What can you tell me about this diamond weapon? By Relger's beard. Even for the Empire, that must be a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray that the new citizens of Warlit are able to enjoy the freedom that Gaius's wards gave their lives for. At the very least, we need no longer live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the weapon project. I shall add your account to our official report. Finally, on behalf of the Alamegan Resistance and the whole of Eorzea, for that matter, allow me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Forever at your side, G-Warrior! G-Warrior MG, a dynamic tabletop statue, a G-Warrior. Ether Saber emitting sufficient light to be used as a bedside reading lamp. Be warned that touching it may result in severed appendages. The MG part of its name supposedly stands for Master Garland or something along those lines. MG. Master Garland. Oh. We're gonna get hit with a meanwhile? Later time? Okay, alright. We're gonna get hit with a... Actually, it's right now, probably. Oh. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon. Give them to Allie. Look at all these sparkles. Oh my gosh. It's all their memories. This is when he found them? Oh my gosh. What? It's her memories. Oh no. They were playing. Oh, they're playing hide and seek like the kids now. Oh my gosh. Are they the same kids? Are they the same models? That's why there were kids playing hide and seek. Oh my gosh. Even Lavia's here too. They're not happy with her. Oh my gosh, Nero is here. It's Nero. Projections? Projections from within the synthetic uracite. Oh. These are his memories. Their memories. She took it. Her eyes seem a little bit more... It kind of seemed like they gained a little more color. Oh, oh my gosh, is she getting to... Is she getting to get to say good... Is she saying goodbye? Ugh. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. Not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in her place. If you're worried about Alphonse, don't be. He's got us for company. We want you to see the new world for yourself. Or this new world for yourself. We will forever be at your side, Aoi. She's smiling. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. Father. Oh. And now this is where they get to hug off screen because they don't know how to do hugs in game yet. She got to say her goodbyes. It's okay. But then also, oh my gosh, mass destruction of weapons. Okay, she got to say her goodbyes. It's okay. She's not alone. She'll never be alone. She has her dad. They're reunited. They're okay. Now you will receive a I made it through Wordlet certificate by mail or email. Yes. Sorry, I would love to know. Imagine skipping somebody who skipped these cutscenes. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How are y'all doing? Mailed and it's framed and everything. Is there a signature? Is there a signature with all of their? Is everyone's signature there? Hi everyone. Sorry. Hi everyone. We just finished Wordlet, Sorrows of Wordlet. We did the Shadowbringers Trial Series raids. I just finished the last one, and I finished the story, and we got a end/fin. So yeah. And yes, that's what we were at. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi Dan, how are you? How many times? No matter how many times I see the quest series, I cry every time. It's so much. Somebody, family stuff and familial bonds. I honestly, so yesterday I was sad. I was sad during a lot of it, right? But I didn't end up crying. I actually ended up tearing up a little bit and being very emotional and sad, but I didn't expect today to be so raw. Now to cry while building Gunpla? I don't think that's a good idea. What if I get it? What if it gets wet? Stay hydrated? You're right. I need to get some more water actually. My favorite story in the site aside from MSQ. It's really I do enjoy it. I'm glad Allie's okay. I knew he needs to give her the memories. Alphonse kept on saying it, but honestly, it's probably better. And I'm okay that he didn't actually end up giving it to her when he first saw her, because I think they needed really to say their goodbyes to us and reaffirm hey, so this is what we're gonna do forward and everything. But when he had a moment with her alone to bring her to the monument and everything, I think that was probably the best case scenario of when to give it to her. And then also when Gaius reached his hand out to give it to Alphonse, and he was like hesitant, and it seemed like Allie was like reassuring him, but then also him giving his hand out to Allie and like to take the memories, and then she took it. The emotional devastation of Warlot. The emotional devastation of Warlot. Sorry, not Warlot. Warlit. Why is there so many onions? If you didn't see it earlier, Ali, actually it was just raining. It was raining inside my apartment, and also it was raining in the game, and raining in every instance ever. Everything was just raining. It was really weird. There's a hide and seek? Actually, it was... Wait, let me go back. What did Soray say earlier as well? A few years... What? A few years back, guys and Allie were hatching Tide! They weren't hatching Tide in costumes! Oh my gosh. I'm so glad. They're going on outings. That's so cute. Oh my gosh, she deserves like some family, like some wholesome family time. Okay, she's worked so hard. And because she's taking them with her all the time, their memories. She'll never be alone. I'm so ready to get my certificate of I made it through Wordless. Wait, we should maybe make those. Should we make pins? Yeah, should we make like basic like button pins or something, or like stickers, and we can just give them away? Let's go back. It's really good. I enjoyed it, but I'm so sad. It's a terrible day for rain. I put the picture in progress. Okay, let me look at it. Oh my gosh. Daughterly hen and fatherly rooster. Oh, is there dialogue that pops up next to them, like to kind of hint at them? But also it makes sense though. Oh, that's cute. Did you find the triple triad guy? No, I don't. Oh, maybe is there a triple triad guy hiding or something? So you're willing to visit, but only in disguise? Yes, unfortunately. I must hide who I am. So you're scared of the people recognizing you? I wouldn't say afraid of what could happen. I'm not afraid, really, because you look a bit chicken to me. Oh, thank you. You can talk to them directly. Okay. In every event, there's a small reference. Apparently, in the last quest, Emma was there. I didn't even see him. I didn't even notice him at all. But apparently, Emma was in the last quest, or like the last like event quests that was like happening. We can go back. Severus here still. Okay. The citizens of Warlet and the Alamegan resistance are still attending to those injured in the fall of the castrum. Oh! The kids are over here. I thought we'd never see the ocean again. Is he babysitting? I suppose not all grown-ups are scary. Oh. These children are currently in the care of the revolutionaries. We hope to eventually find proper homes for all of them. Oh. Oh. It's nice to see everyone happy and playing again. Oh. Oh god, it's nearly slipped there. That's cute. Actually, that's really, really cute to see them like happy. And just to like play around. Cause Valen's a sick and twisted bastard and we hate him. Anyways. I'd like to think that my wife and daughter would approve of my decision. When I think back on our time together, I remember the person I used to be. The person I still can be. Oh, Vald, you're doing great. Ugh, this song makes me so sad. If I had to guess, the triple trad guy is probably in the walls. Because there was, at some point, there was like somebody talking. Oh, he's over here. Close enough in the walls. No problem, Maka. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It was nice to see you. But sleep well. Or rest well. Take care. And then hopefully you don't have to do a bunch more dungeons over and over and over again. Unless you're doing them for tomes, I guess. Which is... the tome grind. I never dared to dream we might be able to live in peace. If only my husband were here to see it. Lonely widow. Would you like, ma'am, would you like to adopt a child? Oh, look, he changed. Oh, I didn't realize he was on Amican as well. I considered joining the fight back to take Warlet, but I decided against it in the end. Well, yeah, I've been given a second chance to be with my family, so my fighting days are over. Oh. I have a lot in common with the people in Warlet, so maybe he's not all Amigan, but at least like the outfit, it looks very similar. We all Amigans have a lot in common with the people of Warlet, so we will do all we can to help it. Helps now that they've won their freedom. She's with father. Then we'll be carrying on just playing the four of us. Wait, these little kids? Who's father? Work in Warlet. Oh, what did they say? I missed it. They're running around and playing hide and seek again. There's so many kids here. Like it's... She can come and play with us later, much later. Even when we're apart, we'll always be together. Oh my gosh, wait a second! Was that always? Oh my gosh, I'm just realizing, were the kids just littles of them? And they were just running around playing the entire time? Oh my gosh. This is... And then you can find them around. Oh my gosh, that's... And then that last part saying like, no, and I understand the dialogue now because the kid is like saying, she's with father right now. She'll come play with us much, much later. Oh my gosh. So it's just them there. Okay, that's... Yeah, just wow. Look, it's little Alphonse. It's just them. And that's why they keep disappearing though, because like they'll hide, but it feels like they're fading away in some areas. Where would we be without our big brother? She's the only one left. She's the youngest, but maybe the cleverest. She's with father. Then we'll just carry on playing, just the four of us. It really is just them, see, because... I told her to stay with him. She can come play with us later, much later. Even when we're apart, we'll always be together. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I didn't realize. I didn't realize it was gonna be like this. And then, at least, because I know the kids, the other kids, they were running around, but I think this part is new. I think this area is new because I'm not sure, well maybe it's new, I'm not sure actually, but at least the way Alphonse was talking, he was looking over here and Gaius is over here, and I'm pretty sure he's with Ali right now. So they're literally looking over. Yeah, I didn't I didn't expect it to be. I didn't expect it to hit so hard. Oh my gosh, this game. It's not even just during it after. It's like after. It continues. Alphonse is the last one to be found. I wonder if like during the like while you were doing it, if they're like, because I kept on seeing like the children run around. I thought that it was just like random children, right? And maybe tomorrow, maybe later, I'll like go back and watch some of my VODs to see if I can like pinpoint any of the kids running around and their hide and seek, and maybe they were just normally playing, right? Maybe it didn't like the dialogue didn't change nearly as much until now. That Allie is with father. Ugh. Her eyes. The color are back in her eyes. Melisandre, Recon, Rex, Alphonse. I won't give up on our dream. My children give everything so that others might be free. I will not rest until the world they dreamed of becomes a reality. I wonder if over time, maybe like as MSQ changes, maybe we can come back and check what they're up to. And I'm sure we'll see them again, right? Oh my gosh. You just see— oh, that makes sense because by the time you get here, you've already fought Melisandre and then Recon. And I remember 2 Uras. I distinctively like remember the little Uras running around, and I didn't realize like, yeah, later on Rex, and then later on— oh my gosh, look at them. Oh my god. So they ended up going around, and yeah, now they're finding Alphonse last. Ugh, the dialogue. I'm so sure this is the best hiding place. Oh my gosh. They're all so baby. I can't remember the last time the sea was this calm. That's why they kept on feeding. I was always wondering about that. This was complete emotional devastation. Okay, 1 second. I'm fine. I'm so fine and normal. I'm like super normal about this game, actually. Okay. Wimpy, I made your command. Allie has dialogue too. Oh. Did she have different or extra dialogue? Because I talked to her, I just talked to her. Okay, we've done this. I'll be at Porta Praetorium if you want to give it to me, but I probably won't do it right away. I'll do it later. Okay, yeah. I was able to look at it. Wait. Is Avelina looking over and like seeing them at the monument? I forgot to talk to her. I know it was only an image projected by the synthetic Urusite, but it meant the world to me to see her face one last time. I'll never forget you, Melisandre. It makes it worse hearing this song. I'm considering asking Master Garland to offer Avelina a permanent position as a member of the Ironworks. Not only is she bursting with incredible ideas, she has the skills needed to bring them to life. I hope you do. I hope you keep doing that. Please do. Sure, let's go look at the G Warrior. I'm assuming it's the same as before. Wow. So we can go back here and take pictures if we want. Okay, good to know. Oh, we can. Oh, the G Savior. G Savior Mark II? The Mark II? That's so wild. Okay, it's good to know we can go back here. Yeah. We're super fine. Everything is great and normal, and we're great. Who is Mark? I don't know who Mark is. Alright, let's go back, because I kind of want to read the files on them as well. Hopefully those won't make me cry. Those are... The music's so good. Okay, I'm gonna read the reports. Allie. Pilot of Diamond Weapon. All other information regarding is from Gaius. Born in Warlet, fostered by Gaius after her parents were killed by an epidemic. Extremely withdrawn and averse to any confrontation, clung to Alphonse, her older brother. They did not include Allie in their plans. Inside the cockpit, and then discovered that Alphonse had been fused with its core. This is beyond salvation. She has yet to recover from the trauma she suffered that day. Oh my gosh! Okay, so Allie is currently undergoing treatment at Turncliffe at the orders of Gaius. She's been awarded the Medal of Independence by a new government of Warlet. She is the same age as the twins. I'm glad that her and Gaius went to Gridania. She still gets to, she still has plenty of time to be a kid, right? And we can be we can have a childish fun whenever. But I'm despite how rough the beginning of her life has been, I'm glad that she at least can still have time just like being a kid with her dad now. Treated fairly regardless of race or background. Alphonse sought to protect the victims of prejudice such as ones faced by his compatriots. He's only 21. So, 21, 20, I think, Rex was 17. Ali 16, I think. Recon was like 19 or 8? Yeah, 19 or something. We did the thing. It happened. That was definitely a trial series. We have an extra potato! But also, we did it. We did the trial series. It happened. I'm just gonna lie on the ground real quick. Just a little bit. Just for a little while. It's fine. Congrats on finishing the trial series. Thank you. It was good. The story was really, really heartbreaking. It seems like it's raining now. It seems like, yeah. Seems like there's rain everywhere now. Yippee. At least, you know, their deaths were not in vain, right? Even though we wish that they had not. And I'm glad that Ali and Gaius are reunited. and then hopefully she recovers more, gets to be a little kid again a little bit, and working on their dreams coming true, right? GG on Weapon Soul Breaker series. A terrible day for Rain. Let me play a game, be happy, have fun. Sure, happy and fun. Technically, it's still there's still very tragic, but there was a happy ending question mark. I think this is like the majority of like most of Shadowbringers. Happy ending question mark also was one of the songs that was played at the end of this trial series. Was it also in Eden as well? Because I think one of the songs was familiar. Not the city song, but there was like another one, right? It hurts a lot, but the lore is spectacular. It's very good. I'm glad we ended up doing it. Yeah, the pop is very happy. The pop / raining sound. Yeah, that's wild that they ended up doing that. They didn't even show all of it or anything. It was just a lot of it. Is that the diamond one? Are these minions from doing the extreme versions of these trial series? I'm trying to think. Have all the trial series been incredibly depressing? Stormblood was sad for sure. Yeah, the Stormblood ones were sad, but like not as. Oh my gosh! Whoa, the minion. What was I gonna say? So the Stormblood ones were pretty like sad in some instances, but like this was way worse. Trial series Warring Triad? They've just gotten progressively more depressing. The raid series have been like, almost all of them have been pretty sad. Yeah, even Omega was a little, okay, Omega was a little sad, but it was lighthearted. So like Alexander was sad, Omega sad, but more lighthearted, but also like existential. And then Eden sad. I feel like with the trial series, it has exponentially gotten more heavy and sad. They just went really hard in this one. Tenzin? Stormblood's a mix. It's a little sad. Not so much. Yeah. It's definitely a little bit more light. But the combat was definitely very good. I think that was the highlight, though. The combat in the trials were really, really good in Stormblood. But Omega was more existential, I guess, than sad. But also we got Alpha. And honestly, I don't know what it was. I don't know where I got this this implanted into my brain, but I thought something was gonna happen to Alpha. I thought I was gonna cry for Alpha. No, I just really love him. I just love Alpha. That's it. Kuwait. I don't think any of the songs have been eaten. I could have sworn there was like one song at the end, right? There was one that we were listening to earlier. I don't remember it though. I can't be sad when Alpha's on screen. You're right. Alpha just makes me so happy. I want to see Alpha. I know he's in Mordona. Wait a second. Oh, should we find more locations with Alpha in the future? I know he's in Mordona in the kitchen sometimes with Omega, but I haven't seen some of the other ones yet. Oh, I hope to see him in future events too. That'd be nice. That'd be really great. That'd make me very happy, because like, how can't you smile when you see Alpha? He's in Outer Lenosha at a campfire? Really? Oh, I love that. I'm seeing the copper mine entrance. He's really adventuring. He's really adventuring with Omega. I think he shows up the hot springs and the hot springs at Kugane. Really? Oh, you've seen him at Morbe. Okay, at the docks as well. And Southern Lenosha, I want to, if we're ever in an area where Alpha could be and you spot him, like tell me. I will stop and go find him. Unless it's like midway at MSQ and I need like a second to like process or something. But I'm like down to go Alpha, Alpha hunting. He's so cute. It's based on your server ping. If we're lucky enough, he shows up in so many maps. It is unique. Oh, it's unique per player. Oh. Dang. Okay, so I just have to luck out. So if we're lucky, most of us, multiple may see it, right? Okay. All right. So it's eventually we'll see him again. I believe in us. It's so cute though. I love that. My brain. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm just like just a lot of emotions. But we did it. Yeah, we did it. It was great. I really like this game, even though it makes me cry a lot. Even though I cry a whole bunch. Honestly, I'm trying to think. Maybe. Okay. So we did it. Okay. I'm trying to think. I don't think I'll be doing job quests tonight. It was a solid 5-hour stream. We did great. We did so good, everyone. I guess I'm kind of, maybe right now it's mostly, I need to like recap of like what's going to be happening next week, which is no streams. I will not be streaming next week because I will be on a family trip. So I gotta do that. But don't worry, I'm going to bring Timer-chan with me. It's going to be great. Timer-chan retired finally, and therefore she's going on vacation with me. I will not be streaming next week. I won't be streaming at the beginning of the week after that, but I do have approximately when Alliance raids will be happening. Alliance raids probably will be happening the 25th, 6th, and 27th. Yeah, that weekend. So that weekend, the 25th through the 27th, is when I'll probably end up doing Alliance raids. We're gonna try to do a 24 party, so if I can gather enough people, that'd be really great and really, really fun. Everyone will be able to join us. We may take it a little slow if I need a sightsee, but otherwise, we're gonna be doing it mine. Everyone's welcome. Well, we don't have to do it on Ether. We can do it off Ether if it is too difficult to get there. I'm down for another server, but we'll probably end up doing Party Finder. Anybody who wants to join is welcome to, and I need to recruit more people. But yeah, once I get back, since we've also finished Final Fantasy IX, which Final Fantasy IX, phenomenal, wonderful, love it. Do you hear the dog? It's phenomenal. But yeah, once we finish that, we're actually gonna be starting up Expedition 33 again. So I might have a day where I kind of like recap how to play the game, or I might even like replay part of it. Or like replay part of the beginning portions of like how to play combat stuff. But yeah, we're gonna be working Expedition 33. I'm only in Act 1. I'm pretty early on too. I won't say too far, but I'm only in Act 1, so we're gonna be working on that. And yeah, we're also depending on the Alliance raids and depending on energy levels, I actually might move around patch a little bit, because I was gonna start patch around the beginning of August, but I might push it back a little tiny bit depending on like what to expect, because I might need to work on some job questing stuff, right? But yes, I think I want to try to go to a local con and maybe like live stream and maybe take y'all with me if you want to come. If you wanted to watch through my stream, I will be mostly. I mean, I'm gonna be clueless. I've never done a live stream before. A live stream IRL, an IRL live stream before, so it would be kind of neat to give it a try. So I'm gonna maybe attempt to do that on whenever that con weekend comes, and I won't be there the whole time. I might do it on a Friday, or I might just go like Friday, Saturday, or like one of the off days, so it's like way more chill if I end up streaming. And yeah, I'll also, like I said, I'll be working Expedition 33. So that will be the weekday games, and on weekends we'll work on Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I'm really surprised, honestly. I'm really surprised that this was the trial series, and like it got heavier and heavier. Like it was very depressing and very sad at the beginning. Like having their seeing the reason why, like the siblings ended up sacrificing themselves, and like we kept on questioning, why are they doing this? Why is this happening? But like going further and further and like realizing why they're doing it and why what was the point of all of it, still absolutely heartbreaking. And I didn't think it would be so heavy. And then also just like seeing the kids, like their kid selves, like kind of like their spirits, the kid self spirits, was so sad. I didn't think I would be so depressed and so sad, like, after the fact, because I thought I cried enough whenever, like, Alphonse said goodbye to Gaius, and then Yeah, I thought I already cried enough then, but it was even more. Are your memories a part of the sky now? Notice? Stop. No. My memories are part of the sky. They are! Wimpy, I did! I did do that! I did do that! Okay, so I cried. Oh my gosh, I don't want to think about Final Fantasy IX. I really like it. Sorry, but Final Fantasy IX is like really can get kind of heavy sometimes. Okay, there was like a happy ending, so that's great. But Final Fantasy IX's really great, and I'm like really sad. I didn't think I'd be so depressed and sad. Final Fantasy 14 story. Honestly, I got a brief break yesterday, so I cried a lot. I cried a lot on Friday because we finished Final Fantasy IX, and then yesterday I got a small break, even though I was depressed and angry because of Valen's. And then today, the break, no more break. We were joking about this last night in Discord, but apparently my tears were on a global cooldown. They were on a global cooldown. 9 is your favorite for many reasons. I love 9 so much, Nina. It's so good. It makes me so happy. It's absolutely wonderful. It's 100% in my top 10. Like, I don't actually know what my top 5 is, but I'm just gonna say it's for sure my top 10. My memories are part of the sky. I love Final Fantasy IX. It's so good. I want to play 9. I recommend it. I recommend if you want more quality of life things, if you're used to playing the Pixel Remastered, get the mods for them. But I played vanilla and I was pretty chill. But it is a little bit of there can be a little bit of grind here and there, and then can be a little bit of uphill battle. But otherwise, yeah, I definitely recommend if you're using mods for the best quality of life, but it's still playable without it though. Where are you in Hildebrandt? So blues. Last night I was told I should do Hildebrandt because of various reasons, but I'm only in Heaven's Word for Hildebrandt. So maybe when I come back one of the weekends, like when I come back, maybe one of the weekends we end up doing 14. Maybe we'll just do we'll catch up on like job quests in Hildebrandt and any kind of like strays. Okay, I've also been told like Boja is good for the story, but I don't think I want to do the grind for Boja. I also need to eventually, yeah, I need to probably do the Boja story one day. I don't know when we're gonna plan this. I need to look at my Google spreadsheet, which we do have a spreadsheet. Thank you so much. We do have a spreadsheet of like patch content stuff. Or like just like overall content, or like optional content to go through. So yeah. And I know I have heard that I'm assuming the alliance questing is going to be dense because Evilise was dense, so therefore Shadowbringers is probably going to be dense. We've done a lot. We've actually checked off a lot of this spreadsheet. But I still need to do Boja. I need to do all my job quests and I need to do Boja, I guess. Oh, okay. All right. I always wonder what your spreadsheet looks like. I mean, if I can link it in chat, gonna have to lock in for the story parts. Okay. All right. We're gonna have to lock. Okay. How? Maybe the Friday I get back, I can focus on questing. And if we have enough people to do 24 that night, great. If we don't have enough people for 24 that night, we can just do it the next day. Shadowbringers or Lance Raids are some of your favorites? Are you gonna carry me? Nina, will you carry? What? No one has Shadowbringers ever been dense. This was 5 hours. Okay, okay. At the beginning of stream, I was kind of yappy and I was feeling off in the stream, so it was like 45 minutes off, right? And then I did take like 30 minutes to watch Colin go through the vault. I took like, yeah, about 30 minutes to do that. Maybe 15. It was less than that. It was probably like 20 max. And then I did take a couple breaks, but like that was a lot for the third part of the quest, the third trial series. This is a lot of time for one part. Alliance raids, eyes glowing red in a non-concerned way. I'll carry you, but I'll be on a down. Hopefully it's a fun trip though, Sorry. Alright, bring back souvenirs and food. Of course, Nina, of course you can join. What? 24 slots. You're absolutely... Yes, we'll make sure you get in. I gotta do a bunch of extremes to unlock mentor roulettes. Have fun. Good luck. But yeah, if you want in, if some of y'all want in, we can we can RSVP, and then anybody who else is available, we can just fill in. Visiting friends. Okay, it'll be fun though. It'll be a fantastic time. Hi, Chris. How are you? How's it going? Did you wash your water? Your wallet? I don't say this to call you out, just from last night in Amanda's stream. But yeah, we're talking about the future schedule, the future content schedule. Okay, I have a question. For Boja questing, just for lore questing, how many streams do you think it will take? How many streams do you think Boja questing will take? Because where's Hildebrand? Let me put Hildebrand on my checklist too. Okay. Heaven's Word, Hildebrand. How do you spell Hildebrand? I don't know. Hildy, there we go. I did wash it. Yay, it tastes clean. Do you want me to send over mine? I need to wash mine too. Many because you have to level up. I have to actually wait. Okay, if it's like Eureka, do I have to get like through the first zone, or do I have to do like a lot of it, or do I have to do all the zones? For the quest to unlock, or for Boja in its entirety? I just want the lore. Whatever gives me lore. 3 to 5, depending on the pace and length. Hard to say. Okay, so 3 to 5 streams, you think? If we go as a group, might not be too awful. You need to grind a bit for levels. Not sure how they take. So in Boja, is it similar in Eureka where there needs to be like people calling out and like prepping and stuff like that and killing things? It's 2 zones. Oh, okay. 3 to 5 streams. I'm just thinking. I guess we could always prep off stream too until we get to the next portion for the story. I don't know. We'll work on it. Yeah, Boja is also way more fun. But well, okay. Is Boja a dating sim? Because everyone said Eureka is, and I still haven't gotten to that portion yet. I do have the unlock so you could see where the lore goes and then unlock the thing. Decide if you want to commit after that. Okay. The grind is more open-ended and chill versus Eureka. Okay. Alright. Good to know. Okay, I won't schedule that for now. Maybe, honestly, maybe maybe we can do Boja after we finish Shadowbringers. That feels so weird to say. Before Endwalker and after Shadowbringers, in that in-between time. The thing is, Sora, I actually don't really particularly care about shiny things or shiny weapons, because it's just not really my taste. I just have goofy weapons instead, like the cake for White Mage. So it saves me a lot of time and a lot of effort for not really caring about shinies. Both are dating sims? Do you promise, Kexing? Yeah, a dating sim between me and facing down, dead on the floor. What do you play? Wait, what job do you play though, Chris? Do you also die as a healer too? Yeah, let's go on special one-on-one dates. Okay, so there are dates. Cool. Okay. I don't see how Boja's a dating sim. I mean, I'm trusting Chad on this one. Not doing the relic part does make it faster. That's good. There's no pants. No. So the tree branch White Mage staff comes from Boja. It is cool looking, but I have my cake. And why would I need to replace my cake? A healer is always like Chris's #1 Sage NA player. What do you mean he hates you? Chris, do you rescue Nina? One of those statements is true. Well, can you teach me how to play Sage, Chris? Also, my pants are missing. No, your pants are right there. You literally have pants on. And also, don't take your pants off. They're yours. Don't share your pants. Don't share tank busters. Do not share your pants. Not what I wanted to, not what I was expecting to say today on stream. Do not share tank busters. Do not share your pants. Unless there's one thing where you can share as a tank with your other tank. But it's like that thing. It's like it's an alliance raid, right? Where it's a falling thing where you have to share it with the other tank. No, I have pants and I must pants. No, keep your pants. I can't share pants if I don't have any. Don't share your pants. This is your pants, okay? Wash them first. Wash your pants, yes. Holding hands with all. Holding hands with your optic. Kind of sounds romantic, if you ask me, or very, very, very like close platonic, depending on whatever your preference is. I'm taking sage notes from Notice. I'm washed. What do you mean? Okay, I can give you notes for White Mage. White Mage and maybe a little tiny bit of Scholar, but unfortunately, it's very sad, but like Sage is my least played, even less played than my least favorite healer, which is Astro, which once again, no offense to Astro mains. It's a beautiful class. I'm sure it tickles your brain in the right way for Astro mains, right? But for me, I don't like it. I think it's just like I have to press a lot of buttons, and I don't know what else. Like, there's a lot of buttons, and then also if you don't want any cooldowns, if you want no global cooldown, and you what is it? If you want no cooldowns, play Astro. What the heck is a cooldown is exactly Astro, but I don't really like playing it. But yeah, I don't play Sage very often or very much, and I need to. Sharing damage? Wow. Technically speaking, most tank busters can't be shared. They only hit one. And then, like, the target, no. The target, even if you're standing on top of them, there were some that Kexing was sharing with the tanks when he was playing. We had two actual tanks, and we had a DPS wanting to hold hands with our tanks. And then also running after people with a marker, with a pink marker. Okay, alright. What is my brain trying to say? We probably... Put your pants back on! That's one thing. The other thing is, like, okay, I think we should probably wind down. I am probably going to go offline. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for my workout today. Oh, I have to eat food. I'm gonna eat food. Is it early? That's 8. Do I take? I don't have any pre-workout. I have some caffeine, but I think what I'll do is I'm gonna eat dinner. Eat dinner, get a little food in me before I go to the gym. I guess I'm gonna do fashion report. Let's find somebody to raid. Actually, think I know who I want to raid today. We haven't actually been able to raid this person in a little bit, so it'll be nice. One of those was AoE, can confirm. But yeah, we have so many friends online. There's so many people I always want to potentially raid as well. But yeah, I do see someone who we should raid tonight. All right, yeah, everyone, thank you so much for being here, by the way. I really appreciate you all going through this with me and also emotionally suffering with me together. It's less it's less depressing. Something like that, right? Something about like many hands make light work, or like less depressing or something. But yeah, I did enjoy this raid series. I'm really curious about like more lore pertaining to it, and also like absolutely, I really am really excited to hopefully see like these characters later on, or like more in the story. I hope they come back up. I hope we see them again. And yeah, I will be gone next week. I'll update everyone in the Discord of like when I'll be gone. I'll post some pics. I'll post some things that are upcoming. Biggest things are going to be the Alliance raids. And then the week after that, we're going to be starting Expedition 33. And hopefully I'm trying to think if we're going to be starting 5.4 or not. I might need to push that back. I will let you all know when 5.4 does happen. But yes, alliance raids are the next big thing. So we've been actually pretty good on content. I'm not feeling too burnt out, which is good, which I was feeling really burnt out in Stormblood for some reason. Maybe I took a longer break, or maybe I just wasn't, I don't know what it was. But maybe this vacation will actually help me recuperate a little bit. And then once we get back into alliance raids, I'll be like super motivated to go forward. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Misery loves company. Yeah, something like that, right, Kay? Something like that. But everyone, please have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Take care. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. I'm really excited. Even though I'm going on going on a trip and everything, going on vacation, kinda. I'm also just like really excited to stream again. I'm really excited to come back and do more Shadowbringer things. It's gonna be so great and so fun. Just a heads up, if anybody is watching Cullen, or I Am Alpha No, he is doing coils with Beth on Friday, this upcoming Friday, right? It will be very late for everyone on NA. It's gonna be like Friday at, was it 5 a.m. 5 a.m. for NA, or 2 a.m. PST, but it's gonna be early for a lot of the people in Europe. So watch out for that if you're gonna watch, or if you're looking out for that. But yes, I will be back. I will see you all soon. So many wonderful friends. I have so many wonderful streamer friends. I can't wait to see you all stream again. I'm excited to hopefully... Oh, Timer Chain retired. I'm taking our vacation. Okay, yes. Sorry, my brain is smushy. And we are going to go say hi to a new friend. All right? So here are the raid messages. We have one more raid message. If you are a sub, you can use the riot emote. If I have it. There it is. You can use the riot emote. But otherwise, we're gonna say hi to Mal. Mal is actually another Final Fantasy streamer that has rated me, and we rated her. Really cool, really chill. I like her. She's a really cool streamer. Right now she's actually playing Expedition 33. She's in Act 1. I think she's a little ahead of me. But as a warning for anybody who's not played or gotten that far yet. But come say hi to Mal with me. She also plays I know she was playing Final Fantasy 7, the remake. She plays 14. She does variety, does art sometimes. Currently doing Expedition 33, and yeah, let's go say hi. Have a grand one. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Let me say good night to everyone as well as we go ahead and start the raid. All right. So let's start the raid. Move you all over here. Okay. Let me say good night. Good night, Kay. Good night, Tuesday. Good night, Saray. Good night, Vadi. Good night, Illuminati. Good night, Nina. Good night, Saray. Good night, Chris. Good night, Control. Good night, Kevlar. Thank you so much. Good night, Kexing. Good night, Tuesday. Wait, no, I said good night, Tuesday. Good night, Control. Good night, Kiwi. Good night, Sarah. Thank you for being here. Wait. Good night, Yilda. Good night, Nia. Thank you for being here. Also, I really hope in the future that we can redo some of these again, in harder difficulties or just in general. I've definitely had a lot of fun and I'm excited to do more. Yeah. Good night, Visceral. Good night, Blues. I think I've said good night to most everyone. If I did not. Also, good night, Wimpy. Good night, Ryo. I will see you all hopefully in 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Yeah, I'll see you all in a week and after that. So I'll see you in a week and a half or so. I'll see you on the 25th-ish. If I have energy, I might actually stream a day before that too, but I will update everyone in Discord. All right. Okay. Copy your raid messages. Go say hi to Mal, and I will see you. I'll see you soon. I'll bring back souvenirs, all right? Y'all want snacks? If y'all want snacks, I'll bring back snacks. Okay. Bye, everyone. I'll see you later. Thank you. I appreciate you.